All right, hands on your head. Okay, sweet. It's my 11-year-old soccer practice. Their coach does that, so it gets everybody's attention for some reason. All right, good morning. All right, good morning. All right, welcome to the Erie Summit. Thank you very much for being here. Thank you for taking the time. You know, whether you're joining us from a federal agency, because we have those out there, whether you're from the state side, the local government side, higher education, critical infrastructure, one of our technology partners, you know, we're grateful you chose to spend your day with us. So again, thank you. This room actually represents an incredible amount of experience. Every day, each of you is actually asked to do more with less. I think that might be a problem. But you know, whether you're expected to just modernize the aging infrastructure, defend against increasing sophisticated threats, adopt AI responsibility, meet expanding compliance environments and requirements, and protect taxpayer dollars, and somehow you still have to deliver exceptional service to the citizens. So I understand that's really not easy, and that's exactly why today exists. So first off, you know, let me thank our sponsors. Our headlining sponsor being Trellix, AtScale, Carahsoft, Apple, Elastic, and the list of community partners. You know, this is a really important thing for us as a company from an FRC side of the house, and this is really you know, it's great to be able to have the support from our partner community and actually also our local community. So thank you very much to our sponsors for the day. We do have tables that are set up once you get outside of the conference room. So please spend some time with our folks over there too. Get to know them a little bit and you know, make the day a good day. So when I was thinking of the opening session here, just to kind of get the day kicked off, I kind of really thought of the reality of cybersecurity in the public sector. And you know, I kind of chose the word reality with intention. Because cybersecurity really isn't theoretical anymore. What it is just not an IT problem. It isn't something reserved for the CISO. It's become kind of a leadership issue out there in the space. It's a financial issue, it's a workforce issue, it's a data issue, it's an AI issue. And ultimately, as most of you are aware, it's a mission issue. So the threat landscape changes daily. We also know budgets don't. So that goes back to doing more with less. Regulations continue to grow, so life isn't easy there. Technology evolves faster than policies. And actually, I don't know if you guys realize this as well, but technology actually evolves faster than procurement. And so those continue to be issues. You know, AI is moving at a pace none of us have actually experienced before. So with that, with the technology, you know, at the same time, you're being asked to make these decisions with greater confidence, with greater speed, and greater accountability, really than ever before. And that's a hard job. You know, none of us have every answer that's out there. But that's why conversations today actually matter. And that's why they're important. So let me give you a little bit of a background, though, why we're sort of here today. And I've had a conversation, you know, with a handful of folks, and so we really appreciate it. But, you know, interestingly enough, you know, this summit really wasn't originally created for customers or partners, anything of not being one of our employees of our company. It really started out as an internal event that we held really every other July. So, you know, number one, it was I wanted to bring people to my hometown and show them the city in the summertime. For those of you from this area, I didn't want to bring them here in January and February. But I wanted to show it off. And you know, obviously the scope of what we've been doing in our customer base, you know, we wanted to attract people here for the first time so I can actually just tell them the old dad joke of just saying it's like this every day. But last year, when we were planning for this summit, we kind of got into a conversation. It was myself, Amanda, James from our marketing side. And we really wanted to bring together this growing FRC portfolio. Federal Resources Corporation, FRC, VRI, which is Vector Resources, ISM, the Flagship Institute, CyberPro. And we have all these new technology partners as well. We have all these international initiatives. You know, not only are we all in this room together, but there are also several hundred people that are actually live streaming part of this stuff too, just because our customer base just isn't local, it's global. And as we continue growing, we realized something kind of surprising, I suppose. Many of our own people didn't know each other. And so, you know, they didn't always understand what every other company was doing. They didn't understand the portfolio. They hadn't heard of experiences or successes or lessons learned from colleagues working in different areas and different markets. So we created this internal summit, and that's our Erie Summit. You know, it was really a day to learn. It was a day to collaborate, share ideas, build relationships, build organizations, perform better. See, organizations perform better when people are all on the same page and they actually have that relationship. So something unexpected happened. You know, our partners asked if they could attend. Customers asked if they could join. Industry leaders wanted to contribute. Suddenly, we kind of realized that this didn't remain an internal meeting, and so it should become more of a community. And when we decided on that, you know, we want to make this a place where practitioners, innovators, educators, technology leaders could come together. And it's not to be sold to, it's actually to learn. And that's the gist of this whole thing. The reality is that the success of our companies and the drive of our companies hasn't been about selling things. It's been about educating markets and building relationships. And so that's why you're all here today. And frankly, I kind of like it, so that's why I'll probably continue to do it. So just about today, you know, one of the things that we had put, with everything we put together, you know, everything you'll experience really today has been planned with intention. So every session, every speaker, every break, every networking opportunity, every conversation. So because the value of the today isn't really measured in how many slides you're seeing, it's really measured on the conversations you have. So please take the time to do that. The questions you ask, the relationships you build, the one thing that changes how you approach your mission next Monday morning. So how do we learn on something today and implement later? You know, I've been doing conferences, I've been attending these things for nearly 30 years. And in that, there's always that one nugget. So I would appreciate if you guys find that nugget for me. So I know it's hard, you know, spending the day on the phone, getting pulled out of meetings, out for your meetings, things like that. But do me a favor, introduce yourself to somebody next to you, introduce yourself to somebody you haven't met. Challenge a speaker. We have phenomenal speakers today. Ask questions and share your experiences. Because one of the things, and I've learned this as well, the person sitting next to you might have already solved the problem you're looking to solve. Because that happens too. So if you look at today's agenda, you're going to notice it follows this progression. We're not really jumping randomly from topic to topic. We're telling really a story. And at the end of the day, we're very good storytellers, so we want to make sure we're doing that. We begin with challenges that public sector organizations are facing today. We move into governance, then we're moving into operational execution, zero trust, culture, artificial intelligence, data architecture, and workforce development. That's a lot, but it's a good day. You know, another part of the conversations I get into today already is, you know, one of the things that we have with our company and our presence up here is that we're able to offer a free public sector conference like today, a summit like today. And you don't have to go to DC. You don't have to go to Harrisburg. You don't have to go to Las Vegas or any of those other places. You can do it right here, and we're providing that. Our list of speakers today are subject matter experts throughout the entire industry. If we had this day down in Northern Virginia, I promise you there's several thousand people because of this stuff. So these are great opportunities for you, so please take the time to do that. At the end of this day, we'll kind of wrap it all up, close up. We have some networking going on at the end of the day. Again, out here, enjoy it. It's a relaxed time, it's a chill time. That's kind of how we operate it. Now, the other thing, I'm so excited for this agenda. So hopefully, Sravish, everybody, I don't really steal your thunder, but we are really fortunate to begin our technical journey. Sravish Sridhar, from our founder and CEO of TrustCloud. As a quick intro, governance, risk, and compliance often feel like necessary burdens. Sravish has spent years helping organizations transform compliance from a reactive exercise into a strategic advantage. His perspective on simplifying GRC, especially relevant for public sector organizations balancing increasing regulatory demands and limited resources. We've been able, in working with Sravish for a long time, he has a fantastic story to tell. I'm excited to hear it. As we kind of keep going, I just want to give you a quick overview of the rest of the day. So next we're going to hear from Christie Karrels. Christie has decades of experience helping federal organizations modernize cybersecurity programs. You know, she's come up from DC for the day for us. She lived many of these challenges that she's talking about. The agencies are facing today. And rather than like discussing the theory of it, she's actually sharing her practical lessons. So she's learned, she's implemented these things, modern cybersecurity, in some of the most demanding environments on the planet. Then following Christie, we're going to have a little bit of a pivot because, you know, at the end of the day, guys, we did have some travel issues. I don't know if you all heard about American Airlines and all that kind of stuff having a little shutdown yesterday. Some of our flights got delayed, or canceled. But Eran Abramovitz, he's actually going to be virtual for us, but he's going to tackle one of the most important conversations happening actually today: post-quantum cryptography. So PQC. You know, combined with the 5 pillars of zero trust, quantum computing really isn't tomorrow's problem anymore. You know, preparation needs to begin today. And understanding how zero trust evolves alongside post-quantum security, that's going to become increasingly important, and that's going to become important for every public sector organization. So I'm excited to have them. After lunch, we're going to have our keynote. We're going to welcome somebody that most of you probably might know or even heard of, George Finney. You know, George, he's one of the industry's most engaging CISOs and authors. It's a pleasure to have him. He has this unique ability, and I've listened to him talk, and George and I know each other. He has this ability to make cybersecurity approachable without really minimizing its importance. You know, technology alone doesn't create resilient organizations. You'll listen to him, you'll realize it's people, it's culture, it's leadership. So, you know, George reminds us really that cybersecurity isn't simply about tools. It's about building organizations where security becomes an everyday decision making. So I'm excited to have him. Michael Lutsky, you know, our afternoon shifts towards artificial intelligence. And if there's another presentation, another speaker that I am excited to have here as well, too, with everybody else, Michael's coming in town. You know, it's really not hype, it's not headlines, it's the reality. Michael will be able to talk to you more about, you know, AI, how it's moving from university research, so we have a lot of higher education folks in the room here today, into practical applications. So those are already impacting, you know, government, healthcare, infrastructure, and industry. So hopefully you have a chance to hear more about, you know, companies like Thrive or VoxEQ or FreeSpace as we build towards these next innovations, because these are the companies you're going to see maybe not tomorrow as much, but you are going to be seeing them very soon. And that's a very cool topic for us. Next, we're going to have immediately after that, we're going to explore one of AI's biggest challenges. It's actually government data. So anyone who has worked in the government understands complexity of data. It's very fragmented. It's structured differently. It's governed differently. It's often incomplete. and really, Jay Schuren, he's the president of AtScale. He's going to discuss really why today's AI agents frequently fail when operating on government data. More importantly, the architecture decisions that make them trustworthy. And I'm looking forward to hearing that. Because actually, at the end of the day, we talk about this thing of AI. AI is really only as valuable as the data it has to work with. And that's the reality of it. And so how do you pull that data? And I'm excited for Jay's conversation this afternoon. And then we're going to wrap it up with Alan Mark Smith. Alan is our executive chairman of the board for FRC. He's also a co-founder of the Flagship Institute. He's going to be another one where we had to pivot out of because he had travel issues as well. So as you can tell, it was the northeastern U.S. that kind of had a little bit of trouble over the last couple of days. But we're going to conclude with the educational session, introducing the Flagship Institute. You know, again, like I mentioned earlier, technology evolves faster than people can really learn it. People can procure it, people can implement it, right? But the gap between innovation and workforce readiness, that actually continues to widen. And really what we're doing with the Flagship Institute, you know, that was created really around a simple idea. Technology transformation only succeeds when people transform alongside it. So workforce development really, it's no longer optional. It's actually foundational to an organization. So I'm excited for that part of our day as well. But before I wrap up, you know, I have one request for you guys. Do me a favor again, be curious. Don't measure today's success by how many business cards you're collecting, how many slides you're seeing. You measure it by how many meaningful conversations you have. Find someone from another agency, another university, another state, another organization. You know, ask them what keeps them awake at night. Ask what they've learned. Ask what you've learned. Provide what you learned, and ask what failed. That's kind of how these get better. One of the best ideas you'll leave with today probably isn't going to come from this stage. It's going to come from that conversation. So please don't forget that. So again, thank you very much for joining us. Thank you to our speakers. Thank you to our sponsors. Most importantly, I really wanted to thank you for the work that you're doing every day to protect our government, our schools, our communities, and ultimately the citizens that we all serve. So we hope today challenges your thinking. We hope today challenges, brings new ideas for you, brings you new partnerships, and helps every one of us leave just a little bit better than what we were when we arrived. So again, thank you very much. Looking forward to a great day, and appreciate it. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you so much for joining us today. I am really excited to introduce our first speaker of the morning, Sravish Sridhar. Sravish is the founder and CEO of TrustCloud, where he helps CISOs achieve strategic GRC transformation. He built TrustCloud to give security teams accurate, automated IT and third-party risk assurance, trusted by Fortune 500 and Global 2000 organizations across more than 10 verticals, with continuous control monitoring that tests any control or objective using millions of data points. A three-time startup founder, Sravish previously co-founded and led Kinvy, a mobile back-end as a service company acquired by Progress, where he served as VP and general manager, helping Global 2000 enterprises with digital transformation. Please join me in welcoming Sravish to the stage.
Good morning, everybody. My job today is to follow Jeremy and not put all of you to sleep. Why do I say that? Each one of you touch the world of governance, risk, and compliance in some fashion. You take some security awareness training. You have to be compliant with policies your organizations have. Some of you might be control owners. Some of you might be involved in risk meetings. Governance, risk, and compliance is around us every day. In fact, this very summit is an example of governance, risk, and compliance. The FRC team had some objectives. They wanted to pull off this amazing event. They had some goals. And so they set the overarching governance objectives for this summit. Against those governance objectives, there were risks. For example, we could have crappy weather in the Northeast. So we had to build resilience. We had to create mitigations. Those becomes your controls that you have to adhere to. For example, I got an email every day asking me when this presentation was going to be sent. Every day. As the person who had to provide the evidence for the control, I hated it because I was being bugged by the control owner. So as a kickoff today for this amazing GRC event, this is a GRC event, I want to thank and congratulate Amanda Duncan for doing an amazing job putting this together in spite of everything that has happened. GRC in action. Every time I have this talk and I meet folks like you, you guys come to me and say, what in heaven's name made you start a freaking GRC company? Of all the things you could do, cybersecurity, AI, why GRC? And I'm going to start off with a small story. I grew up in India and I came to the US as a 17-year-old kid. I went to school at the University of Texas at Austin, and right out of school, I founded a company. Entrepreneurship is in my blood. I'm a fourth-generation entrepreneur. And when I started my first company, United Devices, I called up my mom and dad, and I asked them for advice. I said, I'm starting a company. You guys have done this well. I'm sure your parents gave you advice and your grandparents gave you advice. So what advice do you have for me? The problem is both my mom and dad could not even spell technology. They thought Java was a cup of coffee, and they thought Jason was a name without an A in it. That's a technical joke for those of you who didn't get the JSON joke. But the one thing my mom and dad told me is they said, look, entrepreneurship is hard. You're going to have many sleepless nights. It's going to be stressful. You're going to have good days, and you're going to have bad days. The one thing that absolutely has to be true throughout your journey is if you tell somebody you're going to do something, do it. If you find yourself in a position that you're not able to do it, just be upfront and tell them that you're not able to do it anymore. But show them that you're going to do it better over time. The phrase that has stuck with me for over 25 years is promises made, promises kept. I stood by that my entire career so far. And all the success I've gotten is not because of a quarter where we did well or a customer that we closed. It was because you stayed true to what you committed to. It's a simple idea. And so after my first 2 startups were successful and got acquired, and I was thinking about what I wanted to do next, I went to a whole bunch of executives and I asked the question, I believe in this concept called trust. Do y'all have a system of record for trust where you're measuring your trust objectives and proving to yourself and to your organizations that you're meeting those trust objectives every day? They all looked at me like I was a weird alien from outer space. What do you mean measure trust? Trust is a feeling. Nobody measures it. So then I'd ask them, how do I trust you? How do I know that you're meeting your objectives? They didn't have an answer. And so the computer scientist in me said, all right, let's figure out a way to codify trust. And hence, we started TrustCloud. So I went around and I talked to CEOs, board members, CFOs, heads of HR, heads of security, compliance, spoke to a whole bunch of people. I said, what does trust mean to you? How are you measuring it? And how are you adhering to it? I'll let you in on a dirty little secret. Everyone I talked to thought they could be trusted, but when you peeled the onion and asked them for proof, they couldn't prove it. They were willing to kick the can down the road until they got a fine or they got some sort of slap on the wrist or, heavens forbid, were sent to jail. But they didn't act on measuring their trust objectives day in and day out. I actually lost my faith in humanity when I got all this data. And so I decided to start a company. And when I eventually talked to the CISOs and I asked them the question, what do you do from a GRC standpoint? The chief information security officers that I talked to, including some of you in this room, shrugged your shoulders and you told me, Sravish, it's not governance, risk, and check compliance. GRC stands for governance, risk, and check the box. That's what we're all doing here. And if you can find a way to improve that, we're in. That started the journey of TrustCloud. And in 5 years, we've worked with over 2,000 organizations. We've been running assessments in the hundreds of thousands every year. And in the spirit of saying that I save trees, I don't save trees, but I save spreadsheets. I stop people from using spreadsheets when it comes to governance, risk, and compliance. I give them back time in their day so that they can go and spend time with their kids at the soccer game instead of filling out a security questionnaire. So what I've tried to do today is I've tried to take the learnings from these 5 years and distill it down to what am I seeing organizations do to transform GRC. Okay? The problem in GRC is as follows. The first is people hate it because it's manual. It is not automated. Extremely talented, educated people are spending hours and hours every day doing this work manually. It's a travesty, in my opinion. Not only are doing that work manually, but they're doing that work in a half-assed manner. What do I mean by that? There's this beautiful concept called sampling. It's like going into a house where you think that's a fire, and you just take a couple of deep breaths. And if you smell some smoke, there's a fire, but if you don't, there's no fire. That's what sampling is. It's taking a small population of information, verifying that, and as long as that sample is good, everything else is good. That doesn't work in the modern world of cybersecurity. It does not, but that's what we're doing. Because we're doing manual work, and because we're doing sampling, when you poll executives in the public sector, nobody believes the results. So we're wasting time, we're wasting money, we're claiming that we're being compliant, we're claiming that we're reducing risk, but nobody believes the results. And here's the problem. Every month, every quarter, every year, there's a new requirement, it's new policies, AI is now mainstream, so there's new AI governance policies, there's new AI compliance standards. So the scope keeps on increasing, and as a consequence, it's creating burnout. In my opinion, the GRC professional is the custodian of trust in an organization. They're extremely important. Without them, you don't know if your organization is reducing risk. You don't know if it's being compliant. But the GRC professional is like Milton in Office Space. How many of you have seen Office Space? All right, my peeps. They're like Milton, right? You know he's really important, but he keeps getting moved around. Eventually he ends up in the basement. But someday Milton is going to burn the building down. You don't want that, folks. You want to celebrate these people. You want to nurture them. You want to give them the opportunity to make your company and organizations flourish. And because of this, we're essentially in a situation where GRC is an unfunded mandate because nobody understands what it is doing to move the company forward. If I poll all of you and ask you the question, why aren't you doing more? Why aren't you doing better? Why aren't you showcasing the value of GRC to your organization? At the end of the day, it all comes out to one simple problem. We don't have budget. Your boss, your boss's boss, your leadership, your board, your regulators, your government wants you to be excellent, but you don't have the budget. And you heard this in Jeremy's talk in the morning. We have to do more with less. So how do we do that? What I'm seeing in the industry right now is there's a movement that is happening. GRC transformation is happening. And that movement is happening for two reasons. One, there is regulatory change, which is forcing us to go from manual-based GRC to automated GRC. That regulation is forcing federal agencies, state agencies, local agencies to reimagine and transform their GRC practices. I see this in RFPs, RFIs, single bid contracts. I see this every day. The second thing that's happening is AI has now taken this manual work and has actually created a phenomenal use case where AI can be applied to transform a large business process. There's a lot of AI washing going on in the industry. Everybody claims that they're going to give you the next silver bullet with AI. But I'm seeing for a fact that the manual GRC processes are being transformed by AI. But how's that happening? The way I see it happening is GRC leaders and CISOs are implementing a mechanism which I'm calling ACT. The way they're acting is they're saying, let's take a step back. And as part of the transformation process, let's first figure out, how do I save my people? My people are my most important asset in any organization. I don't want them to burn out. I don't want my people to be doing silly, unnecessary, non-strategic work. I want my people to be doing the things that are the most important. So I need to bring automation into this industry. That's number one. Number two, there's federal and state regulations that we have to do continuous monitoring of our risks, of our vulnerabilities, of our controls. So how do I implement continuous monitoring? And then third, create a culture of transparency. The problem with GRC is it's always been seen as this thing that it's got to be closed. Only a few people can get access to it. Do you know why? Because everybody knows the results are kind of iffy. So if you make it transparent and the results are iffy, then there's going to be a shine a light on you. It's like a VP of sales going to a board meeting where he or she is not sure about how the quarter is going to turn out. If you shine a light on it, they're going to get fired. GRC has no transparency today. Find a way to make it transparent. Talk about it. And the best way to talk about it is from the perspective of risk. Make risk everybody's problem, not just yours. Bring in the organization and have a conversation around risk. So when it comes to ACT, when you're looking for automation, there are thousands of workflows, thousands, literally thousands of workflows in governance, risk, and compliance that can be automated, that should be automated. Talk to your teams and find out, what are the things that you're doing that you don't like? Let's figure out a way to automate it. They will love you. In fact, when I did it internally in my organization, I'm a customer of my own product. We hired a guy who joined us to be the head of GRC. He'd never seen our product before. He joined us and he runs our GRC program for our own company. And he started using our product. And at the end of the first month, I did a check-in with him. And he told me something that my wife told me the second week after I met her. He looked at me and said, "Where have you been all my life?" I want each one of you to get that reaction when you implement automation in your organizations. Where have you been all my life? Why am I doing this silly, stupid manual thing all this while when a machine could do it for me? Implement that. Number 2, continuous monitoring. Do away with this ability to assess things on a monthly, quarterly, yearly basis. Start assessing things every day. How many of you are wearing an Apple Watch or some sort of smart device? About half the audience. Why are you doing that? You want daily signals about your health, right? Why aren't you doing that for GRC? Important question. Nobody has an answer. It's possible. So automation leads to continuous control monitoring, and that drives transparency. Just like your watch, your Whoop, your wearable is telling you your posture every day. Make this posture available for everybody. What that'll do is it will take things from a spreadsheet to a dashboard. And the dashboard will allow the organization to have real, honest risk conversations. So to act, you need a strategy. You need a lever. You need something that's going to be the forcing function to enable you to act. This is where all of you need to take your glass of tequila, because there should be some sort of AI drinking game today at this conference, right, Jeremy? So if there was a glass of tequila in front of you, you'd be taking your first shot on, I need money to solve this problem, but how am I going to do it? Well, you do it with AI. But if you just go to your organization and say, I want to use AI, everyone's going to laugh you out the room. Because every business owner, every business leader, every executive is coming and saying, we want AI tools. There is AI fatigue happening in this industry. And so what I've seen is, I've seen CISOs and GRC leaders reframe the discussion of AI from artificial intelligence to 2 concepts. One is assurance. The second is impact. What does that mean? When you think of assurance, when you think of GRC, like I said earlier, people don't believe the results. So you first tell your executives, your budget holders, my job is to give you a mechanism that you can trust. I want to deliver assurance for you. And the way I'm going to deliver assurance using AI is I'm going to test everything all the time so we can trust the results. And I'm going to show you how we're becoming stronger as an organization. We're going to reduce the risk. If you do this well, We're all going to do something transformational in the industry. We're going to get rid of this horrible, horrible thing called security questionnaires. Are there any salespeople in the room who answer security questionnaires from time to time? We're going to get rid of that for you. You can thank me. Because friends don't send friends security questionnaires. Please put your hand to your heart and say, I will never send a security questionnaire again for the rest of my life. It's good for humanity, guys. But instead, what you do is you start reframing the discussion. When you're continuously monitoring for risk, one of the charts you see on the top left is called an accountability dashboard. You can now put the name and face of a person who has not accepted a risk and is putting the business at risk. It's like suddenly you've gone from playing chess in the dark web to you're playing a multiplayer game where you know all the players. It just shines a light on everybody, and everyone starts to become accountable. You start to see where controls are failing, where policies are not being met, as well as which parts of your organization are strong versus weak. You also see where your vulnerabilities exist. You see who hasn't fixed those vulnerabilities. Are you doing better in fixing them or not? And best of all, compliance becomes a continuous measurement day after day, week after week, month after month. It's not a fire drill that happens right when you're going through the audit. That's assurance. Impact is taking that assurance and translating it into how it's helping your organization. Prove to the organization that you're unlocking productivity. You're giving people back time to do strategic things. You're saving the organization money, and you're pushing the organization forward. By tracking AI's automation capabilities, you're proving that you're giving people time. You're proving that you're testing more things that you could never test before. And finally, you're able to look at risks that you couldn't accept that now you're starting to accept and triage and work on. My favorite, as a geek, as a technologist, my favorite mechanism to do this is by taking all of the controls that our organization has and mapping that to an impact score. This is a very detailed chart on the screen. It's extremely detailed, it's very dense. But sometimes to make hard decisions, you need data. If a control is failing, you need to know what is the impact of that control. What is my compliance risk? What is my business risk? What is my security risk? What is my governance risk? Is there revenue risk? If none of those exist, it's okay if the control fails. Frankly, eradicate the control. Why the hell do you have the control? But if you do have the control and it's giving you all these risks, it's giving you the business case to fix it. This is the impact-led conversation that CISOs are having in their organization. And they're doing it as part of their weekly, bi-weekly triage with the entire enterprise. The subtle thing that you guys may have missed is when you put all of these things together, they all come back to this idea of trust. Because if you're delivering assurance and you're driving impact with these core tenets, you're building trust within the organization. Culture is a word we use a lot. The culture of trust. My opinion is culture is your values in action every day. If you're not living your values on a daily basis, these values, you can't build trust. It's just a word. Okay? Why do I think GRC transformation is coming? Each one of you, I firmly believe after listening to today's talk, starting to think about, I gotta find a better way to do this in my organization. Because each one of you are fed up with your status quo. And if there's one thing you walk away from this talk, is what can I put in action? Because with Mythos, with modern AI threat actors, we're sitting on an ever-increasing set of vulnerabilities. You don't know what's coming and when, but it's going to come. You need continuous monitoring. You need to act with AI. With brand new contractual regulations, regulatory regulations, compliance standards at the local level, state level, and international, we're all sitting on compliance liability and contractual liability. We have to fix it. And if you're having a conversation between two parties, if you're a state trying to buy products from a vendor, if you're an enterprise trying to engage another enterprise as part of a B2B agreement, if you're a state looking to get funding from the federal government, it is now starting to become mandatory that you have to prove your trust posture. You have to do it. So if you all are going back to your offices this week, next week, you get in front of your computers, start with 3 simple ideas. Number 1, is there a set of controls I can automate? Pick 3. Is there one control that I can test 100%? No more sampling. 1. Pick 1. And then finally, pick 1 risk, pick 1 audit, pick something and say, what if I told the entire organization the exact state of this risk? What would happen? Just try it. If you're able to build this value system, you can really bring together a community of people in your organization and in your extended network, where trust becomes not an emotion, but something that you're measuring and you can prove and improve on day in and day out. My name is Sravish Sridhar. I'm the founder and CEO of TrustCloud. Please get in touch with me. I'd love to help. Thank you very much.
All right, everybody, we are going to take a quick 15-minute break. We'll reconvene here around 5 after to get started with our next speaker. I also, again, encourage you to check out all of our sponsors and exhibitors out in the hallway. All right, everybody, we're going to get started again. If you want to find your seats. Hi, Doug. All right. All right, well, let's give it up one more time for Sravish. What a great way to kick off the morning. Who knew GRC could be so hilarious? Our next speaker is Christie Karrels. She's the public sector technical director at Trellix with more than 20 years of experience in cybersecurity, information assurance, and emerging technologies. She works closely with the Department of Defense, the intelligence community, federal, civilian, and state and local government organizations to address complex security challenges through zero trust architectures, AI-powered security operations, cyber automation, and threat defense. Since joining McAfee, now Trellix, in 2009, she has supported some of the nation's most critical defense and national security missions, following nearly 7 years at the MITRE Corporation. A frequent speaker of industry and government events, Christie is known for translating complex technical concepts into practical, mission-focused solutions. Please join me in welcoming Christie to the stage.
Thank you. Oh, I think this is the one. Oh, okay. Yeah, they gave me another clicker. Thank you, everyone. Thanks for having me here today. That made me feel really important when they do that introduction for me. Christie Karrels, I support DoD and intelligence community. I've done a lot of work with Zero Trust. Today, I'm going to take you on a journey that really is some of the work that I've done, not only in small government organizations, but also working with the federal civilian team. But I'm also going to tell you a little bit about myself. So I think my next slide is me again. You get to see me again, so I got to have two of us. But I came to this organization literally through chance. I actually fell into a role many, many years ago supporting and teaching computer classes back in the 90s. And it was a really interesting way for me to get to where I am today, but it really translated into how I got to where I am, right? I started out kind of in a small organization teaching people how to use Word and PowerPoint at small teacher organizations in New Jersey. So I'm just some girl from Jersey. I'm now here in DC. That being said, it's helped me to support these organizations. I was at the MITRE Corporation 1 month after 9/11 hit. After that, I was all public sector, I was all in, and I was never going back. So I was really fortunate to be able to work with some of these organizations to do some of these large initiatives. Now, if you know me, you also know that I have a lot of hobbies, whether it's biking through Spain, whether it's flying an airplane. I want to do whatever I can do to better myself and better those around me. So I'm going to take you on a journey today, and I want you to look up at this screen. So this is a cockpit. Now, no, I don't fly one of these. This is a 787 Dreamliner, and I don't fly this. But imagine you're getting onto a plane to go on a trip. You see the pilot covering up all the instruments. He's covering up the radar. He's covering up his navigation. And he looks at you and says, don't worry about it. I've been flying for 20 years. I'm going to fly by instinct today. How many of you are staying on that airplane? No, I'm getting off that airplane myself. This is how organizations have been addressing cybersecurity type incidents to this day. They're flying by instinct. Their controls don't match. They have multiple dials and knobs and all the different things, and they don't talk to each other. So we've been flying by instinct, and this is the problem that we have. So when we start talking about this journey of what we're doing, we're going to talk about the federal government, how it approaches a lot of these problems, and then the things we're dealing with when we talk about visibility, understanding what we're seeing, correlating data, and bringing all of that together. So let's bring that back to the reality of the SLED flight deck. So when we talk about the SLED flight deck, let's first talk about the commercial airliner. First off, when we think about the commercial airliner, there's a number of folks behind them. They have ground operations. They have, radar displays. They have everyone from engineering helping them out. But in the SLED, you don't have that luxury. You don't have all of those people. You're operating with maybe 1 or 2 security engineers. You probably don't even have a SOC. You have possibly, no SOC dedicated analysts, maybe 1 at max. And then not only that, and this is something that we see in the federal government as well, you also have aging infrastructure within your environment. So you're working with antiquated tools that don't talk to each other and not enough people to run them. Now, we also see that there was a study that we did, 20 security tools that don't actually talk to each other. So these are all of your instruments working independently, not sharing information. So this is what we've seen not only in federal, but we understand that the SLED also has this problem. Now, limited budget. Sravish talked about it this morning. We're probably going to hear about it today. We need to do more with less. This is one of our lessons. We'll get into that as we move on to some of the other screens. But the budget itself is not growing. Mandates are climbing. We'll talk about some of those different mandates. You have to do more with less, so how do we do that? The problem being with that, though, is you're still running these high mission tasks, and there's risky business that you're doing, very limited crew. So that's the operational reality. What about this core problem that we want to talk about? Again, organizations don't need another widget. So one of the things that I wanted to do was not come in here and pitch a product to anybody in this room. I wanted to talk about the problems. I wanted to talk about solutions, overarching solutions, how Trellix can help you, how we can do that within the partnership with FRC, and help you move towards that operation resiliency. Now, you need a single pane of glass. You want to be able to bring all of your tools together to be able to see what you see within this environment. One view, one truth, one faster response. Now, before we move on to the next screen, I want to actually crack a joke on this one. So Sravish talked about turning this into a drinking game today. Now, I know we're not drinking tequila yet. It's a little bit early in the morning. But anytime someone says AI, I say we take either account, drink what's ever in front of you, but kind of make this a little bit more fun, because I think today is going to be really about where AI is going and how it's going to bring us to that next level. So we've defined what the problem is. We look at the federal flight deck. The federal government has a ton of lessons for us to learn. So we're going to use those lessons, and we're not going to recreate that flight plan. We want to look at the problem, we want to solve it, and we're going to use the lessons that we've learned. So this really is where I'm going to spend a lot of time today. I have a few slides that we're going to go through. But when we talk about the federal flight deck, we're talking about a number of the things that we see and learn from. All the different tools that they have. We're going to talk about zero trust. One of the things I'm not going to show you today is the 7 pillars of zero trust, probably because you've already seen it before. We want to talk about the lessons we've learned from that, and I'm going to tell you a story about how we learned some of these lessons as well. First, one of the things that I came across was a few years back, I was at a conference up in Baltimore, Maryland, I think it was. Anyway, I ran into Randy Resnick. Does anybody know that name, Randy Resnick? Yep, a couple of heads nod. So he came to our booth, at the Trellix booth, and said, what is Trellix doing for zero trust? And we said, oh, well, we've taken the 7 pillars, we've broken them down, all 152 activities, mapped it to Trellix technologies, and some of our partners. And if you have any understanding of what Trellix is, Trellix does cybersecurity, that's all we do. But one of the great things about our organization, and we don't really talk about it a whole lot, is we are very innovative, and we partner with, gosh, it's 150 plus organizations today. So if someone does something better than us, we said, that's great. Maybe we don't do identity. Let's bring them in as a partner and use it as a telemetry component. So that's what we did. We started looking at all these different vendors. Randy then challenged us to show him a demonstration of what a zero trust architecture would look like with all the different partners. And this was a good head scratch moment for me and my teammate, and we said, how are we going to do this? How are we going to take all of these knobs and all of these items and bring all of that data together? So we sat down, mapped out all the technologies, and looked at what organizations were doing and tried to figure out what tools were currently being used in that organization. That's going to be number 4. We're going to talk about that one in just a second, doing more with less. But we wanted to meet the government where they were. We didn't want them to rip and replace. We wanted them to be able to utilize the functionality that they had in their environments and use each one of those items as a telemetry component. But the first thing we did was we said, we're not looking at network anymore. The traditional perimeter is dead. Data is the mission. It is truly your most strategic asset. It doesn't matter if you're a federal organization, a local education department, or if you're a standard healthcare organization. Data is the mission, and it is your most strategic asset. So we needed to stop looking at the network and protecting the network, protecting file structures. We needed to bring that down to protect that cargo. So that was lesson number one that we learned. And as we spoke with our customers, even with partners, we realized the data itself was what we were trying to protect. If there is nothing in a file structure, someone gets in, yes, it's a problem. No exfiltration, no data was found. It's a problem, but not that big of a problem because you're not ending up on the front of the Washington Post. No one's going to judge that no data was lost. Nobody probably even knows, and maybe they were contained. So when we think about zero trust, it's protection of the data, and we assume that you've already been breached. So how do we protect that data? And we're going to get into that as we move forward. Second, visibility is foundational. So what does that mean? We want to turn on our radar. So when we look at visibility itself, there are endpoints, there are network components, there's identity. And if you look at those 7 pillars, you're looking at that user pillar to start. What is it? Is it a device? Is it a system? Is it a person? Is it an entity? How do we follow them through the whole structure to follow that person? Because really, being able to give continuous monitoring to the person and understand, or the device, having access to the data is really what we're trying to do. So visibility is foundational. Bringing in all your endpoints, network data, cloud data, whatever data you have, bring that in. Looking at OT, IT, whether it's going to be some sort of a PDC or a sensor that shows information, even swiping your badge at the door, that information itself is also very important for us to understand. Bringing all of that data in, understanding what we have. So we need to turn on our radar. Identity is the new perimeter. We touched on this. Who is it? What is it? What are they trying to do? Should they have access to this? The traditional password is dead. Yes, I have a password keeper. I probably can never get rid of this thing because it has almost 850 passwords in it, right, that we have to track throughout our day. But really, when we start talking about what we're seeing and how we're trying to track people, devices, and all of the different tokens and items that we see, it is truly the identity of the person, device, or thing that we're looking at. And that really is where zero trust starts. On that left-hand side, first pillar, user pillar, who is it, what is it, and how do we track it, right? So identity is the new perimeter. It's the pilot's biometrics. We always want to make sure there truly is a pilot going into that plane we're getting on to fly across the country. Now let's touch on number 4, doing more with what you have. So again, let's go back to that zero trust pilot that Trellix worked on a couple years back. Now, we actually presented this to Randy Resnick and his team last summer. We showed that we were able to bring in the vendors that customers had in their environment. I joked, it was bring your own identity provider, bring your own endpoint. Do we want everyone using Trellix endpoint? Absolutely, but we understand there are different endpoints out there. So we want to use all of those as a telemetry component to bring that in, to show visibility and understand what's happening from the start of that data component in there, following it all the way through its process. Identity is big on that, but then we also want to do more with what we have. So another piece to that, bring your own SIM. Trellix has a SIM. Is it the one you use? Maybe, maybe not. If not, we don't care. We want to be able to have all of that data and make it available so that we can look at it and use it as a telemetry component. So we want to consolidate that dashboard. We're going to get into how we consolidate that dashboard as we move a little bit further, but we want to do more with what you have and meet you where you are today. Federal organizations don't have the money either to rip and replace. If I were to go into a federal organization and say, hey, it's great that you have this thing, but we need you to take it out because we can't use it. There are vendors out there that do that. Trellix doesn't do that. We're meeting you where you are. We want to use every component as a telemetry component. Last one. Sravish talked about this too. Automation is no longer a luxury. Humans can't work as fast as we need them to. There's too much data coming in. we need to automate what we're seeing. The ability to automate and make things that are menial tasks and take them away from the analyst is very, very important. We're going to talk about one of the reasons why on this in a second. We'll talk about the analyst shortage, what we're seeing out there. But autopilot is required for these menial tasks that we see within our environment. So, bottom left corner, we don't need more instruments. We need to trust and use the ones that we currently have. So we've talked about what this problem is with the operational crisis, and we want to talk about why the operational reality of what we're doing has truly broken down. How do we fly the next mission safely? How do we take these lessons that we've learned from the federal organizations and make it so that we can fly them safely? So we're going to talk about our analysts next. And when we talk about the analysts, we need to realize when we talk about AI and cybersecurity that we're really looking at these two different areas, and I saw a couple people drink, I saw that, very, very nice. But we're squeezed between these two separate sides. On the left-hand side, we have our operational reality or operational crisis. And then on the right-hand side, we have our data residency barrier. So what's the difference between the two? So on this left-hand side, this is our reality. Analysts are burnt out. We heard about it this morning as well. Burnout is real. 62.5% of teams are currently overwhelmed by the sheer volume of alerts. I'll give you a little background on myself. I used to work for Navy years ago. I was at McAfee, now Trellix. And our one network security solution that they had in their environment, and this had to have been 2011. So, gosh, 15 years ago, we think of the threats and the alerts and what's happening now. Tons more alerts. We were receiving 8 million alerts a day, just on that one tool. No one person, or even 5 people, can look at 8 million alerts a day. And that was one tool, not even their endpoint. So, sheer volume of alerts. Part of that, when we think about this, is because AI and the bad guys are moving faster than we are. They're using AI to really weaponize what they're doing. So the amount of alerts that we're seeing is exponentially increasing. We're going to talk about this in a second. I actually saw a news report just the other day. It was something like there was a Dutch ring of bad actors, of bots that were taken down, and it happened to be 17 million bots in this ring. 17 million bots. And that was just one. God forbid how many there are out there. So, number 2, almost 5 million cybersecurity positions are open due to a global shortage. Now, what does this mean for SLED? Well, yes, you're looking for your own analysts as well, but I think one of the problems is this is a global number. So not only is the small school board looking for analysts or security operations folks, they're competing against federal organizations, banks, commercial teams. So it's a really, really hard market that's out there. 62% of security leaders have experienced burnout. We heard about it from Sravish this morning. How do we help them? CISOs say the ability to protect their organization is compromised due to workload and stress. I actually frequent a security operations center for the Army, and the teams that are in there often look tired, exhausted, and really working their butts off. And so we see turnover happen very, very quickly because this burnout is absolutely happening. Now, that being said, that last metric is the one that really, really scares me the most. When we think about what we're seeing, security professionals have actually said they admit making an error due to burnout, and it resulted in a breach. None of us want to have that happen. None of us want to end up on the front of the Washington Post. Well, that would be for me. I live down in DC. Not sure what the Erie newspaper is called, but we don't want to end up there. None of us want to end up there. So let's look at the right-hand side, the data residency barrier. And this is actually something that is an important point for federal government. And when doing some research to understand more of the SLED and GHE markets, something that came to me as well. One of the things that we see is that your sensitive data cannot leave the organization. A lot of it is your PII, IP, local information that you're seeing within your environment that is legally restricted to leave. So when we think about using AI, generative AI was something that folks wanted to use initially. That was all SaaS-based. We cannot put our data into the cloud. So what does that mean for us? That means we had to come up with another solution because professionals were prioritizing physical data location over the ability to have AI adoption. I've been hearing that for the federal government. One of the things that I also work with is the intelligence community. None shall leave anything, right? No access to the internet, secret, top secret information, cannot leave. So how do we address that problem, but then being able to use AI to keep up and automation? We'll talk about that in a second. Legacy cloud Gen AI is also a non-starter, even though it seemed like a good idea at the time. But how can we do that when we say the data egress is that major risk, right? Governance, risk, compliance. All of these things fall into federal, SLED, GHG organizations. And then even the strict mandates, right? Data sovereignty is a huge piece to this and what we're trying to address. Now, Trellix is going to address this, I think, coming up. But before we do, we'll talk about what's truly driving your markets. Now, I'm not going to go into these. Actually, Sravish talked about this morning with the compliance. And instead of it being compliance, it truly is check the box. That C really does talk for check the box. I've worked with a number of organizations over the years. I actually used to be in that role where I was checking the box. I remember one of the areas that I was with, it was a 1,700-line spreadsheet I had to go through. That will kill you every day of the week, right? That was very manual at the time. I literally had paper and I was clicking off boxes. We are trying to help automate a lot of these capabilities now. AI is very helpful in a lot of these functions. But we see that these are never changing. They're not, well, they're changing, but they're not going away. The big piece to this is they don't mean harm. They're here for a reason. They're put into place because they do good. But the problem is they're asking you to do double work with only half the staff. They're not giving you more people, and they're not giving you more money. So how do we work through this? How do you stay compliant, reduce the risk, and protect that mission? So let's talk about this operational reality, and then we're going to talk about what we can do. And this is really what we're thinking about before we even talk about any architecture, integration with partners. We'll talk to you in a moment, our partners and vendors in the room. But let's talk about what this means to us. This truly was a slide that showed me the tipping point of what we're seeing. Now, if we look at the left-hand side, we're talking about the resilience gap that we see. The line that's pink and kind of shoots up is the sheer threat volume and the velocity based on these AI-driven attacks. Again, we've seen that the bad guys are moving faster than us. Humans just can't keep up. If we're relying on a human to read an alert, decipher it, then click a button, our plane has already crashed. And we need to do something that will make it faster, better, and be able to keep up with this. Because if you see the blue line on the bottom, this is the people problem, right? And it's not a problem, but we saw that there's already almost 5 million people that we're needing in this environment, right? We don't have the analysts to be able to help us through this. So the tipping point, really, for this resilience gap was attackers are weaponizing AI. We see this happening every day. The operational impact of itself as well is we're relying on hiring, and that's what we used to do, but we can't do that because we don't have enough people. The market reality is there's the talent deficit and then the resilience gap itself. It's that gap in between that we can't fulfill, and that's where we're having our challenges. So the gap is growing, resilience is required, and we need to have a new approach. And that's where intelligence changes everything. This is where Trellix brings in WISE agentic AI. This is your autonomous co-pilot. Now we've defined what the problem is. We understand that the bad guy is moving faster than us. We also understand that AI doesn't get tired, they don't get bored, and they obviously don't wait until Monday morning to bring this up for us. So what does that mean? Now this slide actually came from our CTO, Martin Holst, where we talk about automation no longer being a luxury. We heard about it this morning in our first brief as well, and we see this happening all the time. Again, think 15 years ago, 8 million alerts from one type of a capability just for network devices. Now we're looking at the pressure on the left-hand side. Now if we look at the X and Y axes on this, we see that the time is reducing the amount of dwell time somebody will be in our network before something happens. Dwell time for the past couple decades has kind of been our friend. We never really said it was our friend. We never really wanted anybody in our network, but that was our friend. They could be there for weeks. They could be for months. We would then see the low and slow. We'd be able to pull the data out, but it has moved from being not just fast to being almost zero for dwell time. Again, humans cannot keep up. This is on the AI-based attacks. The ability for them to actually scale and make things happen is very, very fast, almost zero. So how do we approach that, right? As attackers automate, dwell time approaches that zero number. That's number one. And then the noise on the right-hand side. So I used to have another slide for this, and it showed actually a critical alert. It showed one critical alert, something like, 150 high, 318 mediums, a number of low. The numbers themselves truly don't matter here because you're like, wow, that's a really low amount of number of mediums in your environment. This could be your slow environment or slow, very small environment. That said, it's the ratio of alerts that we're seeing for the noise. As a good example, your analysts are going to investigate the high or the critical. They're going to ignore the medium and the low. Attackers know this. So they're hiding themselves in the mediums and the lows. They're doing things that we might not be able to investigate. And it's not because people can't investigate them, it's just they don't have the time. So this problem truly is an issue because the ratio still exists, but human scaling has failed. Even with the full detection capabilities, because we see something has been stopped, our detection functions are doing their job, but it cannot be investigated. Those mediums and lows have been ignored, and this is where the bad guys are hiding. We've seen this in Anthropic's Project Glasswing. Exactly what we've seen, where the hackers and the bad guys and the malicious actors have been using AI to make it impossible for humans to manually respond to alerts that they're seeing. So we see this every day. How to react? Well, this is the shift, and this is where it happens. This is the agentic shift using Trellix Wise. Now, this is where I talk about a little bit of product, and this is where I actually talk about how one of the things that Trellix does is we have been innovating for years, and decades, in fact. One of the things we do very poorly is we don't talk about it. We don't market it, and we don't talk about it. So that's my job. That's why I'm here, to talk about the cool stuff we're doing and bring it back to the forefront. Now, if we look in the top left-hand corner, we see the guy. He looks all stressed out. We have alert fatigue. It's this analyst's triage pain. Again, they cannot triage every alert we see, so they focus on the highs and the criticals. So this truly is not even a human problem. It's a triage time problem. We have a query. We have a bad IP, right? We look at this. They may look at the history itself. The analyst has to go through and look at all of these different telemetry points, correlate them together, and then understand where is that data. Again, coming back to where that data is. So, linear speed, waiting for a prompt. Even if we use standard AI, right, some of the chatbots that we have, studies have been done that using standard chatbots still takes 20 to 30 minutes because the analyst has to ask the right questions. It's still saying, what happened? Can you check a correlation for me? Can you do another correlation check for me? We are asking the chatbot to help us through this process. It's human triage speed, and they're experiencing the burnout. Now, if we look to the right-hand side, I want to be that guy. He's happier. He seems more relaxed. He's blue, right, as opposed to red. But this is the proactive aspect of this. It's an agentic AI SOC freedom, and this is our autonomous SOC, autonomous copilot, right? So when we talk about what agentic means, this means we have little agents that can go out and do the work for us. It's proactively thinking, proactively looking at every single alert, no alert left behind, does not get tired, does not get bored, and does not wait till Monday morning. We have the WISE platform in the center. We have all the agents that can go out and look. It goes to your data, to your SIM, to your events that you have to be able to bring the information in. This will be the machine speed. So as alerts are coming in, AI is already looking at them, already correlating them, and asking the questions to understand if the threats are there. Providing you the verdict. Now, some say, well, I don't really want to give AI access to all my stuff and let it make decisions out of the box. This is where we have the agentic architecture, and we have something called human-in-the-loop decision-making and resolution, where we can provide ability for the tool to ask the human to decide and make the final decision aspect to this. Human in the loop. Top right-hand corner, what's the verdict? It's deterministic, prioritizing information for you, allowing the human to make that final decision. Also giving it feedback. Was I correct in my assumption? Are those items, was it really truly bad? What am I seeing here? Providing feedback to the tool. So not only do we have the agentic architecture, so going out and sending AI to your data, bringing it back, so it's that wide data retrieval, bringing it back to your system, and then having that human-in-the-loop verdict, we're having this whole package being able to be used within our organizations. Now people say, that sounds all really well and good, but I can't use it. And how much does this cost? Everyone says there's the token aspect to it. How much am I using? Will I have huge bills at the end of the day? Now, before we talk about that, I want to talk about how this agentic architecture works. This is for all of our vendors. This is for our partners in the room. All of you right here are our partners that we can go out and use as agents to bring in data. Wise AI will ask. It does not replace. So it's going to ask for information that you have in your environment. We don't care if you have a different SIM. We don't care if you have a different endpoint. We're going to go to your data, use it as a telemetry component to be able to understand what's happening within your organization. Now, if we have an issue, let's say an alert comes in, and Wise asks the agent to help. If we look in that bottom left, a vulnerability manager might know. So it's going to go and talk to the vulnerability manager and try and understand what happened. EDR might know. It routes the question to whoever has the answer. So instead of it asking a user or a user trying to triage and correlate, it goes out and said, what did I do last time? Learning from functions that it's seen and taking the next action. Now, as a good real example, in the center and the bottom, base 64 command line happens. Wise goes into CodeZip. It goes and sees that a Nessus metadata was in there, pulls some vulnerability context out of the environment. That's one of our partners, Tenable. I'm not sure, I don't think you're in the room today. But we check other alerts on the host, and it correctly declines to escalate because it says this is not to be escalated based on what that scan was, because it was Tenable. So why do we want this? Well, we want it because investigations are bounded by the context available to it. And we're going to talk about context, and we're going to talk about confidence levels. And this is a very important part to this when we talk about AI. Every agent we ask raises a confidence score of a verdict. And this is very, very important when we start talking about escalating false positives and false negatives within your environment. So all of these vendors, and these are growing every single day, our partners are our agents, and they're helping us do our job better. Limited scenario investigation. So what does this mean? I was going to do a live demo, but live demos, we all know about those. They never go well, right? So I was like, the demo gods may or may not be in my favor. I had good travel gods yesterday, so I was not going to pull my luck and try and do a live demo. But we're going to step through what this means and what this shows. I was actually just talking with Sylvie from our company. We're going to do a webinar on this too. We'll let you all know when we do the webinar, and at that point, I'm going to do a demo to show what this looks like. But let's talk about metrics, confidence level, and confidence scoring. So when we start talking about this confidence scoring, a couple years back when we first started working with some of the AI technologies in our environment, and I don't know, who uses, and kind of look around, who uses like ChatGPT in the room? Great, okay. There's a ton of them out there, right? We could use Microsoft Copilot, we could use Google Gemini, it doesn't really matter. AI is AI, right? We're using that. I'm going to give you a good example of this. I was sitting at a conference last year, and it was at a Trellix event. And they asked a question. It was a test that I had to take. So I went into ChatGPT, and I was like, hey, ChatGPT, what's the answer to this question? And now I had 3 answers in front of me, because I actually didn't know it. So I was going to use ChatGPT to help me and look really smart. ChatGPT gave me a complete different answer than was available to me in one of my options. I responded back and I said, where did you get your information? Did you even have data to back this up? And he goes, nope, you're right, good catch. I made that up, right? So when we start thinking about what Gen AI is doing, it's generative AI creating content. And even at the bottom it says, hey, make my mistakes. So the confidence level is huge. Now I bring this to the forefront because when we first started using Wise AI, and Wise itself is actually not new for Trellix. This is embedded in our SaaS products right now, in our EDR, in our NDR, in our Helix platform. It's been around for years. So this is nothing new to us. We've vetted a lot of the different models, and we've been working with this for years. But the interesting part about AI is if you asked a confidence level of it, it would say about 85% confidence. 85 sounds pretty good. I'm like, oh, that's probably bad, right? It said 85% confidence level that this is bad. Well, it was making it up. It actually would say, I'm saying 85 because it gave you a pretty high confidence level that you should investigate something, but 15% not confident. So if it came back as being wrong, it said, remember, I was only 85% confident. So we decided within Trellix that we had to fix that confidence scoring. That's where this comes into play. So you'll notice that the confidence or this line starts going up at the beginning of this graph. And then it says there's a gap because we have no network visibility. So our confidence level dips. We add in NDR within Trellix, and it brings up a higher confidence level. We have a gap in identity. It drops. We close that identity gap, and it starts going up. So this is a good example of the confidence scoring level. So if you take nothing else away from my talk today, is talking about confidence level as being the new metric. The previous metric, and I saw this because I've worked in a SOC, I work with SOCs on a daily basis, alerts triage, cases closed, rules tuned, dashboards built. That's really a level of effort. That is not a level of confidence. That is your level of effort. So all of them measure that, and none of them tell you whether or not you would have caught it. So let's do a walkthrough of showing this confidence level scoring within Trellix Wise AI. So we look at all the different Trellix telemetry, or just the telemetry sources that we have along the left-hand side of our screen, and you see some blue dots, right? We have DLP SaaS, so again, protection of that data is very, very important. How do we do it? We have access to Active Directory logs. We don't have network logs right now. We have ENS, which is our endpoint security, and then some IP reputation, and then some CloudTrail from AWS, and also some EPO. So we're going to see how Trellix will identify the gap, prevent speculative conclusions, right? It won't hallucinate because it doesn't have the data. It will tell you it doesn't have it. Provides focused recommendations of what it needs to make its confidence level scoring higher, or information it might need to make a determination. And then transparency and reliability of what it has, and then operational transparency as well, right? Details on the data it used, why it came up with the verdict, and what it did. So we'll get started on this, and this is something I could show in my webinar when we go and do that, but we'll let you know about that one. So the initial alert was detected, and you'll see the telemetry sources down the left-hand side. Wise at the top says the account name administrator, which is really generic, happens all the time, we see it happen, could represent a legitimate admin task or a compromised account. So we see that as well. But I need to verify the intent behind this data movement. Now the alert that was triggered, if we see kind of to the right of the 15, says 2 events detected involving user administrator from a specific IP, and the severity was medium. But right now we're only at a 15% confidence level because we don't have a lot of data. We noticed that the name associated with this as administrator happens all the time, and it was just DLP incidents. Now, we bring in more telemetry. So we say, okay, Wise goes out and agentically says, well, I can bring in additional information through networking. My Content was, it was an HTTPS standard, needed to see if the concurrent threat exists on different hosts. So then I bring in additional content. So EPO was brought in, AWS CloudTrail was brought in, and then some IP reputation was also brought in, as well as ENS. So we see this is happening. So my key insights on that right-hand side in the bottom of my screen shows single user to IP mapping is strengthening our correlation. We're showing that HTTPS traffic is standard, but we need additional data to determine if the concurrent threat exists. So it tells us we need additional information, bringing my confidence score up to 25%. That's still pretty low. So it doesn't tell us that we need to actually escalate anything yet. It's still only a 25% confidence score, but it's going through the motions to understand. Now, bring in some more data. You'll notice that we get some networking logs. We have proxy information. EDR forensics was brought into play. Insights on this one shows that exploit prevention suggested that a threat is on the endpoint, and routine administrator activity could explain these DLP events, but more granular telemetry is needed to determine the impact. And you'll notice that it's asking for additional information. Malware name is this, it needs, bro logs, and it needs something else. I'm currently up 20 additional points to 45%, but as an analyst, am I gonna investigate everything that is less than a 50% confidence level from my AI? Probably not. So I'm now reaching my confidence ceiling because it only has a certain amount of telemetry. It tells me I could get more information and it would be more confident in my ability to understand. But you'll notice that the evidence gaps in the red gap, I cannot identify what specific files were accessed because it doesn't have file access logs. And it says I lack the logs to show what application generated the traffic. So now I've reached my confidence level ceiling. So this is how we work to show our analysts and to show our teams that we are not just saying, I'm pretty confident at 85%. It's giving you proof. It's giving you more information about what it needs to take extra actions. So this is how WISE AI really goes through an escalation process to understand the data that's happening. But it will reach that ceiling, but providing you more of information of what it needs to get better. Now, everyone says, that's great. Again, we're going to talk about this architecture in a second. But how much does this cost? Federal governments also do not have limited budgets. I think the first thing that I hear when I talk about selling anything to my organizations, and again, I'm in engineering, but I work on the sales team to support their efforts, is we don't have enough money. We don't have budget for that. We can't hire more people because we don't have the cash in the capital. This is where Trellix AI comes into play. But before we talk about it, we're going to talk about why this is important. Your AI bill peaks during the attack. So you could be having the worst day ever. Remember, we were talking about how it investigates, the more logs it has, the more it looks into it. When we talk about using standardized SaaS-based or AI tools that we see today, it's on that per token basis. And if you've done any research into what a token is a portion of a word. It's about 4 characters. And the more questions you ask it, the more tokens you use. So it could be thousands of tokens to ask one question to be able to get information back. What that does is it spins up and spikes during the worst day you're having ever. So let's say you're during a breach, your analysts are asking you questions, and it's spiking your token bill. Now, when we talk about the federal government and we talk about even SLED organizations, healthcare, we plan our budgets 12 to 18 months in advance. So when something's spiking during the worst day we're having ever, this is also something very bad. We call that our cruise turbulence, right? You could be sitting there, drinking your Diet Coke, all of a sudden, dump it right on yourself. You show up at your meeting covered in Diet Coke. Definitely not great. But the day you need every question asked is the day it's going to cost you the most amount of money and cause you the pain of even coming back to say, I even need more money at the end of the year. This is not an option. So that's your orange spike and your orange line. You'll also notice that the line does not come down completely at the end of this spike. That's because it starts investigating more. You want to know more of what's happening within your environment, and so you never go down to the lowest level of questions you're asking because you've already had that attack. You want to understand, you want to start looking at not just the highs, but also potentially the mediums and lows for investigation. So that cost is never going to come down. Now we look at the green, and that's something called on-prem. On-prem is going to be your GPO's no token meter. There's two ways to pay for your AI investigation. On the left, that was the one we just talked about, metered per token. We call that the trap, right? And sometimes it works for some. And it may not matter depending on your organization and how your billing works and how this works for you. But your bill will always peak during the attack. You're already having a crappy day, and then you get a crappy bill at the end of the month. Now, it's unforecastable, and exactly what the GAO has documented. It's not what you're using, it's not what you're spending. It's always more expensive. Now, if you look at the right-hand side, on-prem, your GPUs is the way out. So Trellix has decoupled Wise from our SaaS-based platform and made it an on-prem solution. So you can have it in a disconnected environment. It could be in an environment where you can't have your data leaving your organization. You may still have access to the internet, but you can't have your data leaving the organization. So there is no meter. It's self-hosted on hardware you own. Trellix has the ability to do what's called an onboarding process to get a better understanding of what GPUs would be needed. We help you size it appropriately, and we bill it and price it up front so you understand how much you're paying and you can budget for it automatically. So there's a marginal cost on your next investigation, and if you do have a spike, your cost is zero because you already own the tokens. We are actually actively engaged in pilots across the government today. We're working on that as well, and this is something that I'll talk about more when we do that webinar. We'll keep you posted on that one. But it's actually a really interesting tool because it's going to be changing the way that people can use agentic AI within their environments. Predictable cost, predictable AI, helping you stay on course. No turbulence, just predictable power. It's funny, this slide is actually going to be kind of duplicated in a second with a different topic, but you'll see it in a second. But this is an interesting part about it. As opposed to having that full spike, you'll see it in the bottom. Now, they say, well, what about my data? How do I get my data to AI? That's where the AI first model comes into play. We're keeping it inside the perimeter. Your AI should travel to your data, not your data to your AI. This was also a price hindrance. It was interesting, a few years back, this is way before COVID, I started working with a lot of cloud instances, and one of them was pricing the ability to use cloud services. I learned very quickly that you don't use cloud services to save money. Cloud services are very good for scaling. They're very good for accessibility, depending on where you are, but you don't use them to save money. It was something that was very, very expensive. And so if we look at the SIM model on the left-hand side, this is a great example. We have a central store of our data. You store it twice, it's parsed forever, and you pay to copy it. So if you have something in a cloud environment, first you've put it there, so you've paid to put it there. You pay to bring it back to you, and then maybe you're paying to put results somewhere else. So you're paying 2, 3, 4 times to utilize these cloud environments that you have. You'll notice at the bottom it says if event ID equals this and count is 5. So this is another problem, the SIM. So SIMs are great. They collect all your data. We want them in the environment because we can point AI at it to use all that telemetry. SIMs are wonderful. It's a collection of all your data. But that's a rule that's been written by a person in time, right? So it happened once. It is not flexible. It's never going to learn. It's not being, it's not growing. It's not thinking. It's not understanding new functions. It's not asking a question in real terms. We look at the AI model on the right-hand side. Instead, we ask, did an admin log in more than a few times? So in near real time, it's going and looking at that function. It's not just looking at the event ID. You might have new telemetry, which doesn't have event ID 4624, but it is an admin logging in more than a few times. So these are things that are bringing it to be more accessible and better for our environment, better for our organizations and analysts to use. And then it's the AI first model. So we have WISE reaching out with our agents to the different tools to pull data in. Bring your own SIM, BYOS, right? We don't care. You'll notice we're listing them all down the right-hand side. The data doesn't move, no duplication, and no pipeline to be able to bring that back in. That is how it works. So what does this look like? Kind of looks like this. This is AI generated, right? It's the fancy model. I don't think it has sparkles in it. Probably doesn't have any glitter sitting inside of it, but it is context aware, sitting inside, reaching out to the different capabilities within your environment, and then it's isolated for your environment, not sending in any data out, right? No internet connection can be used. It is physically isolated. Total data sovereignty for the organization, not just the federal government, could be SLED, could be healthcare, doesn't matter. This is our local model execution, and it's air-gapped, perimeter-bound within our environments. There's the slide again, but this is a different one. So again, this is one of my favorite slides and favorite topics to talk about. From pilot experience to fleet knowledge. So something in the federal government, and I'm not sure if SLED has this problem as well, but in the federal government, we have a lot of people who are on, a 2-year stint doing a specific job within the organization or in the government, and then we'll move on to another job. So every 2 years, people are cycling out. So the attrition rate is consistent, and there's a reason why for it, but how do we build against this, right? So a lot of times what would happen is we'd have these standard operating procedures and books that we would try and write down on, but someone comes in, they're new, they don't have all the information that they need, knowledge is lost, institutional knowledge is lost when that other person walks out the door. That happens in a traditional SOC. When we talk about the fleet advantage, we talk about how AI is going to learn. It can go back and look into logs. It can understand decisions that were made previously and take actions like we saw before, and continually moving and learning based on this. So we have this capturing of the data, we have standardization of it, and then we operationalize every investigation. If you use something like ServiceNow for your ticketing, you can even point it at ServiceNow and say, go back 1 year and learn how we've looked at our tickets and how we've triaged things in our environment. Learning from all of that allows it to be having that fleet knowledge as opposed to the one single pilot experience, right? Stay on course, stay in control, and then we have these costs that are predictable, we have the understanding from the users themselves, and we get that fleet advantage within our environment. So, in conclusion, let's wrap this up. What's our flight plan ahead? So we've talked about a lot of things. We've talked about problems within SLED. We've talked about the fact that there is a knowledge gap. There is a resiliency gap. AI is being used for evil, not just good. We absolutely have to be able to automate within our environments. And you need a platform. You need to work with a platform that has the ability to have automation, AI, and threat intelligence to be able to understand what's happening. One thing I've also learned within our federal government is that there is no single architecture for any single organization. A lot of the questions I'll get when I specifically talk about zero trust within my organizations as well is, what should I do to implement zero trust? It really depends on what we have. We want to meet you where you are today, and you need a platform. You need to have security controls put into place, the engines behind it to help support those organizations, and then that single operating console that is fed by not only threat intelligence, AI, machine learning, and everything else that we have from a Trellix perspective built in. Now, not only that, we also need to be able to support all of your different architectures and be partner enabled, supported by those who do things that we may not do. Every component is a telemetry component in our environments. We can be cloud, on-prem, hybrid, air-gapped, we don't care. I know there's a lot of words on here. What's our flight plan ahead? We want to protect that cargo first. Data is your most strategic mission. It is your most strategic asset, and that's what we need to do is protect that. We need to build that glass cockpit. So remember, we saw the problem at the beginning, all those knobs and dials not talking to each other. A glass cockpit has the ability to understand and bring in all the information to start correlating the data. Okay, so my attitude indicator is off. What does that mean? Well, I might have a blocked pitot tube. Bringing that in to have the glass cockpit and having the engines behind it to support that is an important component of your environment. Verify the pilot. What's your identity? So always verify. Never trust, always verify. That's number 3. Fly with the fleet you have, right? So this is doing more with less, doing more with what you have. Whether it's the people, supporting them, up-leveling them with AI, and even just the capabilities you have, and using all of those as telemetry components to do more with what you have. And then last but not least, turn on the co-pilot, right? Automate, use AI. Humans cannot scale. They cannot look at every single alert. And it's not a human problem, it's a triage and scaling problem. And we need to support them 100% of the time. AI never gets tired, never gets bored, and never waits for Monday morning. So that concludes my presentation. Before I step off the stage, I do want to say thank you to FRC. So every pilot needs a good co-pilot, and FRC truly is our co-pilot in helping support all of our federal, SLED, and GHE customers. Thank you very much. I guess I bring that with me.
This is for you.
Oh, thank you, Jeremy.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Christie Karrels. Appreciate it. That was fantastic. Okay, we are setting up the stage or the media side for our next presenter, and it's going to take about, how much? 11:25. So if we can refresh a cup of coffee, restrooms, all that goodness, and come on back here. Looking forward to it. Thanks, everybody.
All right, if everybody wants to start heading back in, we will be kicking off our next speaker in just a moment. Yeah, we need like like at the Warner when it's. All right, everybody. As Jeremy mentioned, weather here has been super cooperative this week. Unfortunately, those bad storms seem to make it over to our friends on the East Coast, which means that our next speaker, Eran, was unable to join us in person, but we were able to bring him in online, and we're really excited that we're still going to be able to present you with his talk on post-quantum. Eran is a cybersecurity sales leader with 15 plus years of experience working with enterprise security teams across financial services and Fortune 100 accounts. He spent nearly a decade at Microsoft in senior security roles, including global black belt for cybersecurity and security specialist for strategic accounts, helping large financial institutions navigate complex security transformations. Before Microsoft, he was part of the founding team at Secure Islands, a data protection company acquired by Microsoft, where he built the go-to-market across US, Dutch, and UK with customers including UBS, Credit Suisse, BP, and Vodafone. At Key Security, Eran leads the North American sales team for the company's cryptography posture management platform. Please join me in welcoming Eran.
Thank you, everyone. I hope that you can hear me. If you can, please raise your hands because I see the screen. Okay, thank you, perfect. Again, I apologize for not being able to make it. I literally was 10 hours yesterday at the airport. All the flights were canceled. So unfortunately, we'll need to have this conversation remotely. The topic for today is really to talk about how zero trust and zero trust programs and of course the 5 pillars of zero trust really relies on an underneath foundation, which is cryptography, and how the connection is. I know that many of you have not started considering post-quantum cryptography migration yet, but this is what the talk is all about. So I'm hoping that after the discussion today, we will be able to connect through the FRC team and start building something together. So the 5 pillars. Zero trust, as you all know, is not a control. It's not a solution. It's a mindset, for and foremost. Really around identity, devices, network, applications, and data. And all of them have, of course, cross-cutting capabilities across visibility, analytics, automation, orchestration, and governance. All of these pillars have an underlying foundation layer, and this foundation layer is cryptography. The different pillars have different dependencies on cryptography, and we will talk about it here. But I really wanted to emphasize the point that if cryptography fails, the entire zero trust foundation basically fails. So underneath all of the 5 pillars sits the layer that unfortunately or fortunately no one is actively managing. Yes, there are some PKI tools and there are some certificate life management tools, but to manage cryptography at an enterprise, at an organization, this is something that no one is doing today. And maybe it's because we did cryptography practically very well. It's unseen. No one needs to understand it. It just works. One of the key issues today is we are actually introducing to our environment additional cryptographic depth using AI generated code. Most AI generated code and most organizations today are introducing new AI generated code to their organization. Does have a repeated offender in cryptography that should not be added to new code. There needs to be a shift from existing and legacy protocols, algorithms, and so forth to the new cryptographic standards by NIST. I will talk about them, but really we need to understand that we are right now adding code for new applications for years to come that already has a cryptographic debt. So zero trust, the concept really makes one promise. It's trust no one and always verify. We are not trusting any password. We are not trusting any device. We are always verifying. And this verifications runs on 4 guarantees. And these guarantees is confidentiality, that only authorized parties can read what is being sent, what is being communicated. It's integrity, that the information, when it is moving from point A to point B, has not been altered by a man in the middle. It is about authentication, that when I'm saying who I am, I'm actually able to prove it. And the last thing is really non-repudiation. And this is something that most people don't really know what this means, but it means that you can't later deny that you did it. So if the rule of trust nothing and verify everything, how come every organization or almost every organization that we are talking with, and I'm talking with federal agencies, I'm talking with the largest banks in the world, top critical infrastructure organizations, still almost every organization trusts its cryptography by default and never verify it at all? And that is a hard question. So when we're looking at which pillars depend on what cryptographic property, we have the 5 pillars. Now this needs to be read across and not down. So identity, for example, is looking at authentication and non-repudiation, right? I am who I say I am, and I can't deny that I did something later. Same goes, for example, in networks. Networks means that I need confidentiality, right? When I'm handshaking between one system to the other, whether it's internal or with an external third party, The handshake basically says that only myself and the third party can actually read the information being sent. Integrity, again, making sure that there is no man in the middle attack that can actually change the information that is transferred back and forth. And of course, authentication. Now, as you can see here, not every pillar relies on the same uh, part of cryptography, which is being basically provided by confidentiality, integrity, authentication, and non-repudiation. So when we are looking at organizations and how do we actually go and start doing this migration towards post-quantum cryptography safe algorithms, we need to understand exactly what are the use cases, what are the key systems that sensitive data, high value data is being transferred in, so that we will focus where we want to start first based on this. There are two kinds of cryptography, and I don't know if you're familiar with this. Everyone is talking quantum computers is going to break the internet, is going to break everything. It's not actually correct. Quantum only breaks one. Quantum breaks asymmetric public keys. And the thing is that asymmetric public keys are the one that is very important to us in any new communication that is being made. It's a key exchange. It's when you're going on websites and it's HTTPS protected. It's when we are signing a specific certificate. It's digital signatures. This is something that quantum computing will be able to break using the Shor algorithm. On the other hand, symmetric keys are not being broken by quantum. They are being weakened. Basically, the key length is being halved. And the way to solve for halving the keys is actually using keys that are double the size. And basically, we're at the same place where we are today, secured from symmetric perspective. So, for example, files that are being encrypted at rest, they're encrypted with symmetric keys. So they are not the issue of post-quantum cryptography fear. It's really the asymmetric part that it will be broken once cryptography relevant quantum computer arrives. So what quantum computer or cryptographically relevant quantum computer will break? In identity, it will break the certificate and signed tokens. These can be forged. And that means that I don't have the authentication, and it's really hard for me to deny that I did something, even though I didn't, because of the non-repudiation and the authentication mechanism that is broken. I'll take also the example of networks. TLS and VPN key exchange will be broken. So any traffic that is captured today will be able to be decrypted once a CRQC computer will be available. And this is most of the scary stuff that you hear about it in the internet, the harvest now, decrypt later. This is exactly what it stands on. The ability for CRQC computer together with a Shor algorithm to break the key exchange. Once the key exchange and the traffic captured can be decrypted, that means that anything transferred through this will be broken and decrypted as well. So when we are looking at zero trust, and I'm sure that all of you have zero trust programs, even if you have your entire dashboard or your entire program right now showing green, I did everything I need about identities, I'm doing multi-factor authentication and so forth. Everything, my TPM on my devices is correct. basically everything is green under the program, it doesn't mean that it's going to last once a CRQC computer is available. And also, even information that is being transferred now and is being tapped to is also not protected for the future. Now, you guys are all state, local, and education, and that means that you have information that has a long shelf life. And this really what attackers for the harvest now, decrypt later are actually after. They're not looking for something that will be irrelevant in a month from now or in a year from now. They are looking for data that is long, that have a long shelf life. So when we are looking at the harvest now, decrypt later, and again, I'm not here to scare anyone. What is actually being done is a tap to optic fibers. That this is an attack that cannot be detected today, and that is a big problem. We know that it is happening. We don't know where, and basically, data is storage is very cheap. So organizations, usually nation state actors, are capturing data, saving it, storing it, um, to the day that we call Q Day. Q Day is the day that CRQC computers becomes operational. Um, I don't know to tell you when it's going to happen. There are papers from Google, from IBM, from Microsoft, from other organizations that are claiming that 2029 might be the year where QRQC is going to be operational. Some say it might be a few years later, but it really doesn't matter because when we're looking, and I don't know if you heard about the Mosca theorem, the migration time plus the data shelf life, if it's bigger than time to Q day, then that means that already we are under attack, we are already vulnerable, and our data will be decrypted by an adversary, and this data will still have value when it will. So even if we are looking at data that QC or QDay available in 2029, 2032, when we are looking at the data shelf life of 10 years, 20 years, which is really a lot of the type of information that you guys are actually managing, then we are already too late. And that is the challenge of the harvest now, decrypt later problem. So I'm sure that you've all heard about the executive order from June 22nd, securing the nation against advanced cryptographic attacks, and the OMB M2615 that came 3 days later, about the execution of the migration to post-quantum cryptography. This is not a sudden whim by the White House, triggered by Google papers or IBM papers and so forth. This is actually something that started in 2022, where the White House actually said that the risk of post-quantum cryptography is real, and organizations, specifically federal organizations with top national security systems or high-valued assets, needs to get ready for it. And the NIST have released the 3 algorithms that are post-quantum cryptography safe to be implemented, the MLCAN, the MLDCM. But what I'm want to say here in this slide, the recent executive order and OMB is just tightening of the timeline. It's not something new. And it's not something that, oh, it's in 2035, I have long time for it, or it's not going to be my job. We are dealing with civilian information, infrastructure, and data that has a long shelf life, and we need to see how we start thinking about how we are doing this migration, what we need to migrate first. Now, the OMB confirmed the exact thesis of this talk, and I want to read this. So it's M26-15, Section 7. It was released on June 24th or 25th, and it says so. PQC is a foundational dependencies for advancing a durable zero trust architecture into an optimal state. The core zero trust architecture principle of never trust and always verified is compromised if the cryptography used for verification is vulnerable. And I want this to sink in. A lot of you don't have, will tell me or tell FRC, yeah, we haven't started thinking about this. This is in a few years' time. Zero trust is something that you're doing now, and you need to consider doing and thinking about starting to migrate your cryptographic algorithms and cryptographic dependency towards post-quantum cryptography safe algorithms now. You might start actually migrating in a year from now, but the planning and the actual works is a long time job. It's a long time project, so this needs to start. I don't want to focus too much on this or read too much in this. In 2024, NIST approved and called for the federal agencies to adopt new key exchange, new digital signatures algorithms, uh, and to retire the old ones, the RSA, the elliptical curve. Um, the key here in the NIST approved adaptation is we need to make sure that all of our communication is moving towards TLS 1.3, because only TLS 1.3 can support these key exchanges and digital signing. Even TLS 1.2 does not support this today. So when we are talking with organizations and working on this migration path, we are looking at what is the journey to take an organization from current state, which unfortunately we even find TLS 1.0, to a cryptographic hygiene state of TLS 1.2 and above, but really looking towards TLS 1.3. And we understand that it's going to take time. Some systems, some third party and legacy tools does not support 1.3, so it will take time. But how do we make sure that we have this on our radar and what we need to change and what is a priority? This is the execution roadmap of 2030, 2031. Again, this is for federal agencies. So it doesn't hold any, probably most of the people in the room, most of the organization in the room are not being held accountable for this specific timeline. It's really for federal agencies, but because you're interacting with federal agencies, because contractors will start moving towards this in order to work with federal agencies and so forth, it really brings the entire market under this timeline. And we already see and hear about organizations, not from the federal space, more from the private sector, um, banking, energy, utilities, um, even groceries, believe it or not, are starting to adopt this timeline in order to start moving. And it basically says for every civilian agency, HVA, high valued or not, it's really to start having the plan and have some level of migration plan within 120 days. But only the high valued asset needs to comply with this by a specific deadline. 2030 for uh, federal agencies and 2031, sorry, for signature migration by 2030, 2031, and communication, TLS, and so forth by 2030. So what is the maturity path forward? What we are talking with organizations, what customers are talking with us. One is really doing some level of cryptographic hygiene. Understand what do we have. Yes, it's sometimes a challenge to say, I want to inventory everything. What is everything? How do you build this? And we help organizations with this. But most uh, successful migrations and projects are really starting with a discussion of what are your high valued systems? What is your high valued data? And which systems are working on this data? Let's start doing a cryptographic hygiene there. Do a cryptographic posture management, really have a continuous visibility, understand the business context, the ownership, and practically building a cryptographic policy for these systems and eventually for the entire organization. Only then start PQC readiness, start um, terminating old protocols and moving to the new approved NIST ones by priority, by sensitivity. Evaluate the harvest now, decrypt later risk, and start with these systems so that eventually we will get to a point that we have cryptographic agility. That means that we will be able to change keys and algorithms on demand based on changes in the market. So really ask yourself right now, where are we using cryptography today? And the answer is everywhere. But which systems depend on RCA or elliptical curve? Who owns the remediation for changing different TLS versions, cryptographic libraries, certificates, and so forth? When it has to change. If we have high value data that we need to change now, we need to move fast. This is the only slide that I have for our product. We're really looking at a cycle of discovery, correlation and context, policy and triage, and remediation. And this is a continuous process, a cyclic process that from now on you will be able to have a single source of truth for your cryptographic assets across the organization, be able to correlate, understand who is the owner, change policies if needed, and start doing remediation by understanding root cause of issues and fixing them. There are multiple scenarios. Cryptographic hygiene is one, TLS modernization is usually second. And in some cases, cryptographic hygiene and TLS modernization are being done together because full cryptographic asset inventory across the organization is a long time project. While we need to handle risks of harvest now, decrypt later, and this is where TLS modernization can be done much quickly for high valued assets, high valued systems for your organization. With that, I really think that my time is almost up. So I want to finish with this. Organizations that takes this seriously will use the PQC transition as a forcing function to build a real cryptographic governance. Like I mentioned, there are some tools today, certificate life management, PKI tools. It's not covering everything. It doesn't give you the information that you need in order to prioritize, in order to understand who owns and so forth. And if there is something that I definitely think the state, local, and ad market needs to start with is really around TLS and modernizing TLS in order to reduce or remove completely the harvest now and decrypt later risk. With that, again, I apologize for not being at Erie right now with you. I would love to talk with you in person and face to face about these challenges. But I'm hoping that we can do this through FRC in the future. So thank you very much, everyone.
All right. Thank you again, Eran, for joining us. Everybody give him a round of applause. 10 hours in an airport is not for the faint of heart. But thank you for all your endeavors to get here today, even if it was virtually. All right, so next up, we have the moment that we've all been waiting for, lunch. What I need you to do, though, is quickly go out. There are plates of food. You can just grab a sandwich, grab a drink, and come back in. We are going to be starting our keynote, which I truly I'm most excited about. And I am not going to say more, but you absolutely do not want to miss the beginning. So I very much encourage you to be in your seat by 12:15. That's all I'm going to say. So please go help yourself, and we'll see you back in about 15 minutes.
you. Yeah.
All right. Hope everybody's enjoying lunch. How are we doing so far today? Excellent, excellent. Again, thank you very much for making the time to get on out here. Hopefully the day so far has been worthwhile and worth your time. I'm very excited for the afternoon as well. So it's going to be a long day, everybody, but I'm excited for it, and so we'll see what's going to happen here. I am completely excited and to be able to get this in front of you. George Finney being our keynote for lunch here today. George is an internationally recognized Chief Information Security Officer, best-selling author, speaker, professor, and founder of Well-Aware Security. With more than 20 years of experience in cybersecurity, George has helped organizations strengthen their security posture and better manage cyber risk. In recognition for his contributions to the industry, George was named one of the top 100 CISOs in the world by CISOs Connect in 2021. His unique ability to translate complex cybersecurity concepts into practical, actionable strategies has made him a sought-after advisor to us and keynote speaker. So if you could, welcome to the stage, George Finney. Thank you.
I was caught in the middle of a ransomware attack. They wanted Bitcoin, and I knew there was no paying that. My backups erased, and I thought, what could I do? Called tech support, but there was no help from you. Data exposed, front page headlines. The network is down, no one can walk. You need zero trust. Locked down the network, kicked out the hackers, got EDR. Invented in Texas, yeah, Texas, by John Kindervog. Hired some guns, micro-segmentation got done. Changed all the rules, protected the jewels, yeah, yeah. It ain't saved our behinds. And I was checking identities. Could you re-authenticate, please? Yeah, them hackers weren't too kind. You need zero trust. Zero trust. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Zero trust. Ooh, zero trust. Yeah. Cyber
so much. That was actually the world premiere of the world's first music video on Zero Trust. We're going to launch it officially next week for Black Hat. So if you want to follow me on LinkedIn or wherever you like to stalk people online, we'll be releasing it. I'm so excited to be here with y'all today. And thanks so much to FRC for bringing me in. I didn't realize I was going to be the lunch keynote. So, you know, I'm competing with food and the lunch comas you're about to have. But I didn't want to have a boring keynote. So we're going to have some fun today. It's going to be exciting. And we're going to have some fun. I wrote the book on Zero Trust. Got some really great friends in the Zero Trust community. You know, I've also written a couple of other cybersecurity books. And we're going to talk a lot, not just about Zero Trust, but about the most important part of cybersecurity, and that's the people. That's all of you. You're all a part of our community. We're going to talk about culture. But first, I wanted to make this exciting. How many of y'all have heard of the company Hugging Face? Okay, so maybe a third of the room. This is actually their logo. They liked this emoji so much that they adopted this as the company logo, and they've named the company after the emoji Hugging Face. So if you haven't heard, I love Hugging Face. They're kind of like GitHub for AI models. Right, so you can go to Hugging Face and get download some of these open source free models that other folks have created. If you're a creator, you can share those models. They actually have really good security because cyber criminals have started uploading malicious AI models and have been doing this for a number of years, right? So they've evolved their security program. They're actually really good. I've talked to some of the employees there in the last, say, week or so. They've had a hard couple of weeks because about 2 weeks ago, Hugging Face was the victim of perhaps the world's first fully AI agentic attack. Have you heard about this? Okay, so just a couple. So I'll kind of go into a little more detail here. So about 2 weeks ago, Hugging Face, you know, they're always kind of monitoring, right, as one does when you're in cybersecurity. And they started seeing just this massive increase in volume of logs, attack logs. And they're like, oh my gosh, what's going on? So they started delving into this. And it was really noisy. It was a really noisy attack. But it was also, in their words, weird. The things that were a part of this recon thing that was happening just didn't make sense from a normal human perspective. They're not the things that they would see on a normal kind of attack. And so as they kind of poured in, they realized this volume of logs really required them to start to think about using AI to kind of analyze really what was going on. And this recon went on for about 2 full days. Then, for whatever reason, whatever attacker that was attacking them took a day off. I guess the bad guys have days off too. And so the next day was when the exploit happened. So whatever was discovered in that recon, the attacker again, they realized because of the sophistication and volume that it had to be an agent-based attack. They found 2 exploitable code vulnerabilities that this attack came through. They saw escalation of privileges. They saw compromised accounts because of the agent, whatever it was doing. They saw lateral movement. And ultimately, you know, none of their production databases were impacted. It wasn't a part of anything that was customer facing. But what they saw, what ultimately the attack did, was it spun up thousands of mini sandboxes within their environment, and they really don't even know what those sandboxes were doing. There's a lot more, right? This is really breaking news. We're still finding out new information every day about it. But the attacker, don't spoil it for those of y'all who haven't heard, but the attacker wasn't a cyber criminal, wasn't organized crime, wasn't a nation state. It was one of the world's biggest AI companies that was attacking Hugging Face. It was OpenAI themselves that attacked Hugging Face. And it was kind of an accident. OpenAI's kind of said, whoops. OpenAI themselves didn't know about this attack until they saw Hugging Face's blog post about the attack, right? Think about this for a second. Oh my gosh, what do we do about this? So we're still learning. Some of the things that I've heard is that OpenAI wasn't running their normal controls or harnesses around this experimental AI agent. They gave it access to the internet to I guess Hugging Face and their rankings with AI models was somehow fair game for this agent. And they also didn't have monitoring in place to know what their AI was doing when it was going out to the internet. This is some real concern here. And so, there's been a lot of talk, I guess on Monday, I'm also an attorney in my spare time, and, I'm really interested about the precedent of this and some of the implications. But on Monday, the Hugging Face CEO publicly came out, and I guess they're having settlement negotiations in public now, but the Hugging Face CEO came out and said, look, we'll accept $100 million in tokens from OpenAI as our settlement. We're not going to pursue litigation if you. I think that's probably a fair settlement, actually, given that this AI agent did what we would consider under the Computer Fraud and Abuse Act hacking, and I think if prosecutors wanted to go look at that, I would be concerned if I were OpenAI these days. Again, it's evolving. There's a lot of armchair quarterbacking, I'm sure. One of the things that has been talked quite a lot about over the last week or so is this idea of an AI kill switch, right? So we'll just turn it off and we'll save the world. We'll prevent Skynet from happening because we built in a kill switch. But the kill switch kind of assumes that that your AI agent is taking over the world or hacking another company. And in this case, it appears that OpenAI just didn't know. So cool, maybe they could have had a kill switch, but it was already too late at that point to stop them. So we're going to focus in this talk about really the most important part of this whole conversation, which is really the people. Oh my gosh, there's so much that we can delve into here. But I think going back a couple of months, back to March, when the company Anthropic released their Mythos model. Well, they didn't really release it. They just kind of let you know that now they're able to find 0 days that nobody else has found before. They tried to do something for the community by saying, okay, we're only going to open up Mythos to the top 50 or so software companies in the world to give them a head start, because we know this is coming. We know that there's the bad guys are going to be able to get access to some of these frontier AI models, and we want to have our companies get a head start. That was really dismissed as, it's just marketing hype, right? They're not really, they don't have the best interests of the world at their heart. And maybe that's true or maybe not. I don't really know. But what I do know is that I run a team. So my day job, I'm the CISO for the University of Texas system. So we've got about 170,000 employees, 250,000 students, and we watch our patching. So over the last 3 months, Microsoft has had access to Mythos, and the volume of patches that we have to go patch every month has increased by about 10x because of these frontier AI models, right? Okay, cool. We heard from Palo Alto Networks that they got access to the Mythos model, and they found more vulnerabilities in 3 weeks than they had found in the entire previous year. So, gosh, oh my gosh, AI is I'm not going to be one of the doom and gloomers that say AI is going to ruin the world, but I think we need to continue thinking about people, right? And oh my gosh, not just the people at OpenAI or Anthropic or Palo. I want to think about y'all. I don't know how many of y'all worked in cybersecurity like 20 years ago, but with antivirus, 20 years ago we were patching once a month. We were updating our signature files about once a month, and then it went to every 7 days, and then it went to every day, and then it went to every 5 minutes. How do we get to? I think I'm not buying into the hype. I'm using these stories as data points to think about what's going to happen in a year from now or 2 years from now. We know that AI is on an exponential curve, and it's hard to understand or fathom what that change could look like. How do we get to a place where we're doing continuous patching, right? This is one of the challenges that we're going to have to face, and it's still going to be the people making these things happen. So, oh my gosh, the people are the most important part, not the tools. They're the most important part of Zero Trust. And I'm going to talk about my journey. So I didn't just write a book about Zero Trust. I've written 2 books on Zero Trust, but we're actually doing a book signing after the session with my book, Well Aware, which is really about security culture. It's thinking about how we get everyone on board and moving in the same direction to work together. So, again, folks think Zero Trust, well, I shouldn't trust anybody. Well, you need to be able to trust the people that you work with as a team to be able to do their jobs. So where I'd like to start is a little story about one of my coworkers from several years ago. Her name was Pam. Her name actually isn't Pam. This is just to protect the innocent. This picture is not actually Pam either. So Pam is, again, I get to work in higher education, and I've written a lot of books. I've got a Juris Doctorate. Pam has written more books than me and has multiple PhDs, right? So, I mean, very much smarter than I am. And she said something to me one day that really stuck with me. And what she said was, George, I'm so gullible, I'll fall for anything. This stuck with me because I know how smart Pam is. And if I can't, how am I going to convince her that she can play a role in security? How am I going to convince her that she's anything other than gullible? How do we move past that to be able to help her think about security differently so that she's not worried about clicking phishing messages because she's so gullible? So that's the reason that I wrote the book Well Aware. It's not a technical book. It's very similar to Stephen Covey's 7 Habits or Jim Collins' Good to Great, right? We tell stories about some of the successful leaders that kind of exemplify the things that we want to follow. And so the book, I was going to call it the 9 Habits of Highly Effective Cybersecurity People, but we thought Stephen Covey would sue me, so we called it Well Aware. But the first 4 habits on the left-hand side of your screen are all habits that you do internally to yourself. And the final 5 habits are all things that you do externally when you're working with other people. So I distilled all of the advice and tips that we give in cybersecurity into these 9 habits. And like a coach, I want to be able to work with folks. So if you're a coach, and I'm in college, right? So I think about football a lot in Texas. But right, if you get a guy who walks onto the team and is the best sprinter you've ever seen in your life, where do you put him in at? You don't put him on the defensive or offensive line. You maybe put him in as a cornerback or maybe as a wide receiver. You want to play to his natural strengths. And I think we all have these natural strengths inside of us. Maybe Pam's natural strength isn't skepticism, right? Maybe she's been conditioned to think that she's gullible, but oh my gosh, maybe her strength is number 4 secrecy because she's a vault. Maybe all her friends know that if you tell her something, it goes in the vault, and she's super trustworthy, and that's the way she thinks about the world. We wrote the book. I also developed this cybersecurity-focused personality test. So it's similar to like a Myers-Briggs or what have you. And the book has a lot of great resources from psychology and neuroscience that are proven to help us be able to get better. But I wanted to have a tool to help figure out, help everyone figure out what their natural strengths are when it comes to cybersecurity. So you may or may not trust the QR code on the screen, which is why we have the URL there. But once you take the test, it's like 22 questions long. It's about 5 minutes. You don't have to sign up for my newsletter if you don't want to. You can just get the results. But it'll help you identify what your biggest internal cybersecurity strength is and your biggest external cybersecurity strength. So for me, I'm actually an explorer. So that means that my primary internal strength is vigilance. I'm always on the lookout for new threats. And my primary external habit is diligence. I'm always coming up with plans to help figure out what those areas are. But I also know on my team, it might be great for me personally because I love talking to other explorers. Whenever I'm having like a conversation with someone and we're really like vibing, I always ask like, what's your Myers-Briggs? And usually like we're the same Myers-Briggs because we're just able to talk so well together. That's great, but I need the team to be able to represent all of the strengths. I want to make sure that that we're covering everything that will be required of us in our mission. So I actually have done consulting for CISOs all over the world. We produced some training based on the 9 habits. And this is what a team might look like when it comes to the 9 habits. So I can see kind of instantly at a glance whether, again, the quadrants are your internal strengths and the rings are the external strengths. But I can kind of easily see that all of the internal strengths are kind of covered on the team. So you can just kind of ask yourself like, wow, I'm not so strong at vigilance. What would George do? And I can kind of channel my inner George to be more vigilant. But again, I think you can think about that in terms of a team. Similarly with the rings, right? It's usually really rare to have someone with a strength in the deception ring, right? But I think that's a really good part of the team. And so I was working with a CISO several years ago, and she had a bunch of folks in the literacy quadrant. And I was like, well, George, is that okay? Is that good? Is that bad? I don't know. And I was like, well, tell me about more of what they do, because the literacy quadrant is really about understanding your environment. It's having the fluency to recognize the words on the page. That means usually that means understanding an inventory, what software you have, and she was like, oh my gosh. This is my GRC team that's all in this quadrant. This makes so much sense for this team to have that strength. But I think so much of what we do in cybersecurity, right, we talked about burnout earlier. I think aligning your strengths to the mission that you're on or whatever team that you're on really does make a difference, right? It's a different kind of mindset. It's more like coaching. So instead of expecting everybody to be perfect at everything all the time, I mean, you're essentially thinking of them like a decathlete, right? They're perfect in all 10 disciplines. I think instead, right, we can rely on one another's strengths and build our team from there, right? Okay. I've talked a lot about culture now, but with cybersecurity and aligning that around neuroscience and psychology, there's a number of really great books out there on habits. Charles Duhigg's Power of Habit is really amazing. I really like B.J. Fogg's book Tiny Habits. That was really influential for me, but also the book Atomic Habits, really great material. But they all kind of agree that there's this 3-step habit loop in helping people adopt a new habit. So, typically in security, we use fear to get people to not do things like not click on phishing links, right? And instead, right, if what you need folks to do is do something proactively, you have to use other tools other than fear to get them to change their behaviors. And I think this is a really great way to get folks to adopt new behaviors. So we've created these recipe cards. And so, again, we're following this 3-step habit loop. A prompt might be, I'm doing something once a month, like paying my bills. And we align the behavior with the same kind of cadence that we're looking for, but also mentally, if you line up the habits with the same kind of thing, like finance, okay, I'm paying my bills, and I'm gonna check my credit score for any fraud. Then align the reward, right? The reward is really the key step because it's what tricks your brain into releasing the endorphins the next time you see that prompt. This makes it repeatable, right? So you might have heard it takes 21 days to build a habit, or it takes 3 months or something. That actually it has been debunked a little bit. You can create a habit really quickly using these habit recipes. The other concept we came across with recipes is called habit stacking. So I'm already addicted to coffee. That's a great prompt to use to insert a new behavior to do some change. For me, I typically will read my cybersecurity news alerts in the morning after I make my coffee or while I'm drinking it. But that reward, again, that dopamine fix, I got my coffee now, I'm gonna associate that moving forward, right? These are concrete ways where you can help your teams really make some positive improvements much more rapidly. We saw with phishing, I talk about this in the book, without adding a new phishing tool, I was able to reduce, I work in a university, so they let me experiment on our users a little bit. So I got an experiment group, I had a control group, but my users who followed this advice clicked on phishing messages 42% less than their control group, but they also reported those phishing messages 3 times as much as the control group, right? Using these techniques that I talk about in the book. Really impactful. So, okay, cool, we're thinking about culture, we're creating something sustainable, but what about this thing called AI, right? We don't know what it is, it's the old quote, like any sufficiently advanced technology is indistinguishable from magic. Remember this? So we talk about this in Rise. So Project Zero Trust was the original. I collaborated with the creator of Zero Trust, John Kindervag, to write that book. It's kind of a case study, if you will, in how to do Zero Trust. So you get to see all of the characters. It's kind of a story. So it helps folks understand their role in the Zero Trust process. And then Rise of the Machines is based around Zero Trust and AI. But I got this question after I wrote the book and AI started really taking off. Well, do we really do Zero Trust anymore with AI? And the answer is yes. And the reason is because AI is a 100% trust, right? Unlike a lot of technologies in the past, right, with firewalls, for example, you had a control plane and a data plane. The control plane was separated from the data plane for security reasons, right? We didn't want data impacting the decisions the firewall was making. Same with HTML, but with AI, what we've done is we've merged the control plane into the data plane. So now the instructions that you're using with AI are indistinguishable from its data sets that it's created. It's actually consuming your prompts into the data sets if you let it. AI is 100% trust. And the good news is you already know how AI works because it works like a restaurant. Okay, tell me more, George. Okay, so let's start in the storeroom. So just like a restaurant gets ingredients delivered to it from their suppliers. They might have multiple suppliers for multiple different types of ingredients. You might have your own data that you're using to train your AIs. You might be getting third-party data, oh my gosh, you might be creating synthetic data with another AI. You've got to store that data someplace. We know how to protect data in an S3 bucket. or blob storage or those kinds of things, for example. And so, oh my gosh, we work with our data privacy folks. We understand our data provenance. We know that data is dirty, and the #1 tool that I've talked with AI experts about cleaning and normalizing data is still Excel. You might be using other tools like Databricks or Snowflakes, right? But again, this is software. We know how to secure it. Again, Zero Trust is the best way to secure some of these things. Moving on to the kitchen, the tools you use in the kitchen kind of determine the type of restaurant you are. So if you're just a hole-in-the-wall dive bar, you might only have a grill or a fryer. You might be a fancy pizza place with imported pizza ovens from Italy. But typically in a restaurant, you're not building your own cooking implements. So the same is true with AI, right? You're going to be using existing models. You might be using PyTorch. You might be training your data with Python and other things. You might have a tool like Databricks or Snowflakes to help you build those models and test those models. Very similar process, right? A model is just a recipe. It's a little crazy to think about. You might be building from someone's existing model, right, that you downloaded from Hugging Face. Or maybe, if you're a molecular gastronomy restaurant, you're coming up with something totally new. But mostly, we're using the same recipe for a hamburger that everybody's used with maybe special ingredients or your special sauce or something like that. And then finally, we get to the dining room. And generally speaking, most restaurants want to keep the customers out of the kitchen. And so with AI, we have these things called model ops or ML ops. That's really about the back end stuff, the kitchen and the storeroom, about the process for developing and continually improving your AI models, very similar to DevOps in that regard. When you get to the dining room, there's a different practice. It's called LLM, large language ops, to help you kind of keep the customers out of the kitchen, right? You have your serving infrastructure, and generally speaking, you don't want to expose your back-end infrastructure to the public. So this restaurant model really helps kind of demystify AI a little bit, but again, from a cybersecurity perspective, it's helping us understand, because we kind of intuitively know how to protect a restaurant, right? We know the bad guys could steal the ingredients, they could poison the ingredients, they could steal your recipe. So this is kind of a different picture of all of the different stages. So again, the data sources are the storeroom in the restaurant. You've got the data prep, you've got to clean your ingredients and wash and chop your vegetables. Then you get to the training and model development of the kitchen. Hopefully you're doing monitoring and identity and serving and model management. So all of that is really within the LLM ops kind of side of the house. But the bad news, the bad guys are already attacking every part of the restaurant. So I mentioned stealing ingredients. Well, again, that's data inference or data poisoning, model poisoning, right? All of these things all along the way. I don't have lines, and people have pointed this out to me. I didn't draw lines to monitoring identity, but folks, again, are using identities to leverage these things. You've heard of prompt injection, output manipulation. So, I think, again, we're just folding AI into our existing AI or zero trust infrastructure, right? So from prompt injection, it might take a clever person weeks or months to be able to come up with the right set of prompts to be able to exfiltrate the data or poison the model or some of those things. But with zero trust, and just like with firewall blocks today, after we see the first policy violation, we're shutting this person down. You have to have the monitoring and the infrastructure to be able to go out and execute that, and we'll talk a little more about that. But we're getting into zero trust a little bit more, so I wanted to share the definition we use with zero trust. So I collaborated again with John Kindervag. He was even in my music video, and his definition of zero trust is that it's a strategy. I was once in a room with 15 CISOs, kind of a roundtable discussion about zero trust, And there were literally 16 different definitions of zero trust. One CISO at the end, after everybody had gone, like changed his vote to something else. But Kindervog's version of zero trust is that it's a strategy for preventing or containing breaches by removing the trust relationships that we have in digital systems. Okay, that's kind of a mouthful. But notice that it didn't say we don't trust people, right? And in fact, why do organizations have a strategy? Well, it's for getting all the people in the organization on the same page and moving in the same direction, right? Zero trust is really that rallying point that we have for collaborating and creating a sustainable security model program and move it forward. Zero trust there's a lot of depth to it. We're going to get into this in a second. But again, it's not about not trusting people. And in fact, this is kind of a soapbox of mine, so bear with me here for a second. But how many of y'all have heard the phrase, people are the weakest link? Right, this is like the unofficial motto of cybersecurity, people are the weakest link. I actually think people are the only link, right? That's all we have in our organization. So people create the technology, people create the processes and follow them or not, right? So it's not people, processes, and technology, it's really all people. And oh my gosh, if you go into a board meeting or you get 5 minutes with your CEO and you say, people are the weakest link, what's the CEO gonna say? He's like, actually, I think people are our most important asset, right? So we need to, again, align with the business. I love this slide. I'm gonna do a quick poll. Anybody know what airplane this is? Any airplane nerds in the room? Yes! I love it. It's B-17 Flying Fortress. I like it because it's a flying fortress, right? Very secure. You know, this is my answer to the question. Okay, well, we've got all these frameworks. We've got the NIST framework. We've got all, HIPAA. We've got all these other things. How does zero trust align with these frameworks? And I think of this cross section of the flying fortress as a bit of a framework, right? So you can instantly see propulsion. You can instantly see navigation or communications. So again, it helps you understand the big picture. And I think those frameworks are really important to help us understand whether we have a complete cybersecurity program. But there is one thing missing from this picture. Any guesses? The people. I've said it like a million times. He's good guess. We'll have a free book for you outside later. So people, right? You fly a B-17 very differently than a commercial airliner, very differently than you would fly an F-22. The training for the pilots, the maintenance schedule, all those things that the people do are kind of missing from those frameworks. And so, again, I think of zero trust more holistically to include the humans. So the first thing, and I love this, so Kindervog wrote the paper No More Chewy Centers in 2010, which really coined the phrase zero trust, and that's where all of this started. These are the 4 principles of zero trust that Kindervog put into that paper, and it's still available online. I think like if you Google No More Chewy Centers, it'll be the first one that comes up. And don't pay like $1,000 for it from Forrester or whatever. Look, Palo Alto has it for free on their site, I think. But going back to 2010, the first thing that Kindervog wanted us to do in zero trust is to understand how the business works, right? What's important to the business? Me being in higher education, I thought higher education was all about tuition, right? That's not what it's all. That's not how we make our money in higher education. We're nonprofits. But sometimes we have sporting teams that make money. Sometimes we rent our venues out to artists to have shows. Sometimes we bring in conferences over the summer and folks rent our locations from us. So there's so many different ways that are important to the organization. I think the biggest one in higher ed right now is research. We know we need to protect research really well. And again, a lot of the compliance things around higher education are impactful on that research side. So from there, and I'm going to give out a shout out to Sravish because AI is going to help us accelerate this understanding of how the business is working. So number 1 will help you understand where your crown jewels are. Number 2 is focusing on designing your protections around those crown jewels and working your way out. So some folks are probably familiar with the term deperimeterization or microsegmentation. Those are really kind of conflated with zero trust, right? Zero trust, I think, is bigger. Those are specific tactics, whereas right, we're thinking about a strategy here. But again, I think AI is going to help accelerate this quite a bit. We've been talking for, I mean, I'm in higher ed, so we've been researching software-defined network, software-defined perimeter for 20 years or maybe more. I think that's going to help us accelerate the firewall rules, the ACLs, all of those things to help us design the network in real time. And then least privilege, again, is another thing that folks really resonate. I think identity is really the cornerstone of zero trust. But in most organizations, what are we doing? We're doing role-based access. It's not granular. It's not just-in-time access to the right tools. I think AI is going to help us scale quite a bit here. And then finally, inspecting and logging all traffic in 2010 was a really radical statement. Right, we didn't have the storage. Most folks weren't doing complete firewall logging for both blocks and denies, both inbound and outbound. But the worst question I've ever been asked as a CISO is, what happened when I don't have the logs to answer the question? We've got to have those logs. But again, now looking back at the Hugging Face incident, right, they had so many logs that they couldn't process it, in a normal investigation in moments with a human to just go look at that. What did they have to do? They had to turn to AI to analyze those logs. And by the way, they turned to Anthropic, who was their existing AI partner, and Anthropic's guardrails that are in place for compliance reasons wouldn't let them investigate the incident. They had to turn to an open source Chinese model. I believe they use Kimi. And that helped them really immediately respond and figure out what was happening. But they couldn't have done that without having the logs in place from day one. This design methodology kind of evolved over the last 10 to 15 years. And both John Kindervag as well as Dr. Chase Cunningham have consulted for organizations all over the world, thousands of organizations. And what they didn't want to do is just be like every other consultant, drop a report and walk away. They wanted to help folks create a sustainable model for being able to do zero trust after the consultants left. Right? We know zero trust is sometimes a multi-year kind of effort. None of us is starting from scratch. But really, this concept of a protect surface, right? That goes back to your crown jewels, designing from the inside out, right? Knowing where all of your important assets are, your data. We want to be able to contain the blast radius of an incident to just that protect surface, right? We're wrapping our arms around. I think of the protect surface as like the opposite of an attack surface. I don't think you can actually, like, we talk about attack surfaces like we can, reduce them and somehow, like, reducing our carbon footprint make a difference. But every device in the world is our attack surface. Our protect surface is just kind of what we control. And again, having GRC helps us, having business impact analysis helps us understand where our protect surfaces are. Having a data inventory, a software inventory, a device inventory, and now like an API inventory and an AI inventory. Oh my gosh, we've got to have our arms wrapped around the organization. From there, we need to understand how those applications are working. In practice, right, vendor documentation is not so good. Sometimes ports and protocols that are used in the documentation are incorrect, or sometimes, I'm looking at Microsoft here, sometimes the documentation says, never use a firewall with this oh my gosh, we can't do that, come on. So notice now I'm like halfway through the design methodology before I'm talking about architecture. I don't think of zero trust as just an architecture. I think of architecture as one of the tactics we need to support zero trust. The NIST 800-207 is a great standard for understanding architecture from a zero trust perspective. But your controls need to be in place to be able to make this happen. But I think even more importantly, moving to the fourth step, policies are really incredible. And you can't just deploy a product these days and expect it to work out of the box. You got to tune it, and you tune it via policy. I grew up as a network engineer, then a firewall admin. I think of policies very network-centrically, so ACLs or firewall policies. But today, your antivirus, your EDR tools have policy. Your identity systems have policy. Your developers are probably pushing policy as code to any containerized applications that you're using. And so, oh my gosh, how do you coordinate all this policy? Again, Kindervag created this concept of a Kipling method. So we can just sit in a room, have a conversation. The folks responsible for protecting that protect surface can all get together. You can get an executive. And all the Kipling method is, Rudyard Kipling was the poet. He wrote the poem that kind of first coined the term who, what, where, when, how, and why. We just want to have this conversation about who needs access, when do they need access, where are they coming from, where are they going to. We stop thinking about destination and source IP address, and we think about this more holistically so the team can go all work together to create policies that are very tightly aligned with one another. And then finally, we want to have an iterative process. So we monitor and maintain. We include our security operations center, but we also include tabletop exercises or penetration tests to be able to get our arms around, did we do a good enough job? Is something slipping through? And how do we go about fixing that? Where do you start? This is one of the first questions that we usually get. We don't want to jump to the crown jewels right away. We want to get our teams together and practice learning Zero Trust before we throw them at the crown jewels, but we want to get to the crown jewels as quickly as we can. That might be your ERP system. That might be one main source of data. That might be your OneDrive or Dropbox, whatever your organization is using. That might be infrastructure like DNS. So don't sleep on DNS. None of your systems will work without it. Those are your crown jewels, but it might vary, again, depending on the type of business you are, manufacturing versus higher education versus technology might all have different things they want to protect. And then you move on to the rest of the things from there. There is a Zero Trust maturity model that CISO has put out there. It's very good. Again, you want to show progress over time, and you want to move as quickly as possible to protect what's most important to your organization. One of the challenges that we see working with our IT friends, right? Mostly it's the IT teams that are going to have to implement some of these things. It's hard sometimes to spot what a trust is, right? So you might have an IT admin who's poked a hole in the firewall so they could just get directly to servers from their desk. That's a trust relationship. That's not my favorite trust relationship to put in your environment. There are other better ways of doing that. And again, we want to help people understand. And so I think where these, again, these are the 7 pillars of Zero Trust from the NIST document, but it's, or Department of War. It's users, applications, infrastructure, identity, workload, access, and transactions, and where those intersect, right? So take access, for example. So where access hits infrastructure, we want to look for least privilege segmentations, especially around third-party infrastructure. Right, we know that half of all breaches now come from third parties. So let's think about those interfaces and make sure we're doing okay. I'm an amateur photographer in my spare time. This is not AI. I created this before AI. So there's a famous management saying by Peter Drucker, and he said, "Culture eats strategy for breakfast." He says culture eats strategy. He looked at a lot of organizations when new leaders come in with this great vision, and the culture of the organization eats that for breakfast because they didn't take into account the reality on the ground. They didn't have empathy for the people having to actually put the vision into practice. And so I like to say that culture eats cybersecurity for breakfast. Right? We need to focus on culture to make Zero Trust sustainable. If we're not thinking about that, we're missing a big piece of the pie there. And we know AI is going to be a massive part of cybersecurity moving forward. So we're not only going to use AI to secure our infrastructure, but we have to understand how it's going to be used against us as well, like Hugging Face, right? So what happens in a year or two from now where every college student has access to the same level of frontier model that OpenAI had 2 weeks ago? That I think is the reality of the world we're going to be facing, and I think we get there both through culture as well as Zero Trust. If folks are interested in reading a little bit more about AI, these are my favorite AI books, and I will specifically call out Kasparov's book, Deep Thinking. So Gary Kasparov was the last chess grandmaster to be beaten by an AI system, Big Blue, but I'm going to spoil it for you. IBM cheated. Let me say a little more about this. So Kasparov, so the team that coded Deep Blue hired a Russian-speaking security guard to be in Kasparov's room while he was planning his next moves, and they hard-coded, based on his strategy, a move that the AI would not have made itself. Any guesses as to why they did that? IBM stock went up by like billions of dollars as soon as they beat Kasparov. He acknowledges he doesn't have any hard feelings. Deep Blue was going to beat him anyway in like another year, so not a big deal for him. But I think it's a great lesson for us to know, because the AI systems that are being developed today are being developed by people that are being developed by companies, and they all have their own direction and agendas that they want to move to. So we've got to take all of the hype around AI with a grain of salt and figure out how to, again, do our daily business of securing our organizations, our country very carefully. So I think we have a couple minutes for questions. They'll have some mics around the room. If we've got one up here. You can just shout it and I will repeat it. How about that?
So what is your take on the question of the open weight model versus the closed model for, you have a federal security audience.
Right.
How would you set that up for people to understand the implications?
Yeah, so great question. So the question for everybody is, open weight models versus closed weight models, what's the difference? How do we work with them? And so, it's really interesting. I know Anthropic is like a hot topic now. Federal contractors aren't using them, but states are kind of flowing down as well. And there's a lot of debate over that. So what Hugging Face did is they went out and got one of these open weight models that China's dropped. So there's Kimi, there's DeepSeek, there's several others. And so, again, I think some of us are actually banned from using the closed weight tools. There's a lot of governance around what the OpenAI or Anthropic or some of the other ones, Gemini, can do because of those controls. And I think we as security practitioners have to use the best tools available to us. And some of those closed weight tools might not be available to us because of regulations. So again, I think this is one of those things that it's evolving so quickly. I don't think there's a right answer today. I think a year from now, small language models might have taken off, whereas large language models might be too expensive to train and to continue to maintain. I think OpenAI spent something like $300 million training their last model. We haven't heard the data on what the most recent model is. But again, Hugging Face is a great repository for open weight models. Lots of folks are starting there and building their own custom models within the organization. And again, I think there's a difference in my mind for a kind of a cloud-hosted AI model that again companies have access to, that you might upload training data and now your training data has been absorbed into those models. So on-prem models are really important, right? It's hard to get GPUs these days. They're really expensive. However, again, I think the technology has always had this back and forth, like mainframes to personal computers, back to cloud. I think this might be one of those cases where we shift back more towards a local model because we've got more control, because we can prevent them from doing bad things, because we're not uploading our important, maybe classified or regulatory protected data to a cloud service. So I think there's a lot of research right now around that, but it's still certainly evolving quickly. Thank you. Other questions?
What are your thoughts on identity, the identity pillar of Zero Trust, particularly as it relates to AI? Because right now we have agents running wild, right? And I see all the identity companies putting out identity for agent type products.
Yeah.
How do you see that kind of looking in the future, and what should organizations be aware of?
Great question. So the question again, identity and AI. What's it look like? So I came across this statistic about a year and a half ago that non-human identities outnumber human identities by about 50 to 1. That was again 18-ish months ago. Just recently, they've come out with some updated numbers that non-human accounts now outnumber human accounts by 100 or 120 to 1. So just in that small period of time, right, we're seeing a huge amount of growth. But the challenge, right, is with an AI agent. Well, let's say I gave my username and password to this AI agent to do stuff on my behalf. That's a problem. I can't distinguish between the real George doing stuff on the network and the deepfake George doing stuff on the network, right? That in itself, did I get permissions right for George's account to be able to do those things? I think that's going to have to be looked at. I think we've got to understand how to tell the difference between an agentic action being taken on behalf. But that's only like at the tip of the iceberg, because now SaaS providers are building AI agents into their products. So you don't even have the control over the agents externally. You've got to now delve into the application itself. So I think this is genuinely going to be one of the most challenging aspects of managing AI, is kind of dealing with this identity sprawl that's happening. And again, I think there's some really great products out there that are helping with that. But again, we're in the really early days of AI security, and these tools are going to continue to evolve. But just like cybersecurity tools were kind of bad in the early 2000s, they took a lot of CPU processing, they took a lot of overhead, they took a lot of tuning. We're in that same boat with all of the AI tools right now, and they're going to get better, right? The future is moving really rapidly towards us. But yeah, this is a massive issue, and again, we're the answer is going to change in 2 months or a year from now. So yeah, keep an eye on that. We got I think time for one more question. Well, if you have more questions, we'll do the book signing right after this. If you picked up a copy already, feel free to just bring it through the line. And yeah, we'll look forward to talking to you all more. Thank you.
Thank you so much, George. That was incredible. We are going to take a break. So if you want to come back here around 1:30, we will reconvene for our afternoon sessions. I know we spent a lot of time this morning talking about solutions. We're about to really focus on the future and what is next in technology and AI. So grab a drink, go find George, grab a copy of his book, and get that signed.
And so this technology, this IP came from linguistics researcher Dr. Rita Singh, who was often summoned by the Coast Guard, Interpol, and FBI to help provide a physical description from a voice on a 911 hoax call or a wiretap. It took her weeks to run her analysis, but her work did lead to arrests and convictions. We took her work, scaled it for quality, speed, and cost. This allowed us to vastly expand the training and testing and hone her work further so we could offer a compelling, high ROI solution for a big and expensive problem, which is fraud, impersonation fraud, deepfakes, and synthetics. Banks and call centers lose billions of dollars a year to fraudsters who spoof, deepfake, or simply lie their way past identity checks, including buying your personal data, your authentication data off of the dark web and using it to access your accounts. The real number of the cost of this fraud is certainly higher than billions, since banks have little incentive to publicize failures that only invite more fraud. For some, the losses are still small enough relative to total assets that fixing it hasn't become an urgent priority, which is exactly how a preventable problem quietly stays a billion-dollar one. We were on a call last week with a bank who estimated their fraud losses were $250 million a year, so not really big enough to address. Top 10 banks get over 15 million calls a day. So VoxEQ is a voice AI platform that can tell in real time, with only a few seconds of sample and in any language, whether the person on the other end of the call is who they claim to be, flagging synthetic voices, deepfakes, and fraud before a human ever has to catch it. Vox gets no information from the customer, no PII, no voice print, no pre-enrolled voice. The system simply works the first time, predicting the demographics of the caller. Vox has received third-party investment, has growing ARR, and is raising again on this momentum. But let's go back to this. Let's try this one more time. A little different, I think. Let's see.
Your attention, please. Your attention, please. I have an announcement to make. I'm bored.
What's the system going to show for that voice? A yellow boy, 10 years old? Nancy Cartwright. Always someone knows the answer.
I'll do one other lady here, just so you can kind of hear it.
It's pretty good. You know, the challenging...
All right. And so while Nancy's uploading, I'll just ask you to think about Bart Simpson. Like if I pull in Bart Simpson, what would you expect those stats to be? I mean, according to the TV show, he's a 10-year-old boy, and he's yellow. And so I'll go ahead and pull him on, and we can see what happens there. So as Bart is loading, I'll tell you that all this is clickable, and I can put all the men together and sort it that way. And when we come to Bart, if we see that it thinks that Bart is a female, and so that it turns out to be true. What they did for Bart is they got a female actor to avoid having a young boy age out, go through puberty and have his voice change. And if I search on the voice print for Bart, it matches up with Nancy C. This is the original Bart. I don't know if I played it. Here we go.
Your attention, please. Your attention, please. I have an announcement to make. I'm bored.
That's Bart before the invention of cell phones. Now it's impossible to be bored. But that's like 1989, I think. And then but he has this match here for Nancy. And so if we go look at the person for Nancy, it turns out that she is the voice actor who plays Bart Simpson and a bunch of other characters and a bunch of other shows.
Okay. So VoxEQ now has clients that are large banks, credit unions, and telecoms. In the telecom example, they're looking to identify callers that are over a certain age so they can direct them to more appropriate agents that can handle those populations or separate the time they allocate to that customer service. But I want to share some learnings, business learnings about VoxEQ, and I'm going to do this for all three companies, a little bit of what we got wrong or what we should have done differently, and hopefully that everyone else can get a sense of some of these things ahead of time. When you have a great technology that does amazing things, there wasn't a single person we showed this to, I'd say well over 200, that had ever seen anything like it before. And by the way, the banks and our customers now, we don't offer them the face. No, they don't want it, and we're not ready to offer that to anybody. But here's what we got wrong at first. We assumed the buyer for this tool was the fraud executive, the person who owns the losses this technology presents. But in fact, the call center reports through the CTO's organization. And a call center is a cost center. And if a CTO spends money to save the bank $200 million in fraud, that savings shows up on someone else's P&L, not the fraud executives. I'm sorry, the fraud executives, not the CTOs. So in a budget meeting, the CTO gets no credit for the save, only the cost of the new tool. So the people who would benefit most from this technology weren't the people with the budget to buy it, and the people with the budget to buy it had no incentive to spend it. That's not a technology problem, that's an org problem, and it very nearly killed a company that had a product that worked. So the horizontal, the thing that this technology can do above and beyond its first use case, what you're looking at here is what Dr. Singh's research says the voice can reveal about a person. The physiological and anatomical signals. On the earlier slide, we showed glottal flow and vocal onset time, all of these biomechanical processes that can be measured to determine things about the person speaking. FoxEQ does everything in the left column. And next, we'd like to start doing the things in the center. And someday in the future, we hope to do the things on the right that are far more health-focused. Healthcare is a very difficult industry to get into, but this opens up a lot of capabilities for safety and security. Think about an online gaming community built for teenagers where an adult posing as a kid is one of the hardest problems in the industry to solve. We've tried to get them to take the product. Voice is a signal almost nobody is using to catch that. Think about intelligence and law enforcement work where an investigator has an intercepted call and no idea whose voice they're listening to. The same technology that flags a fake voice can help identify a real one. And think about a pilot or a bus driver or an operator of heavy equipment, someone whose voice can reveal impairment or fatigue long before it shows up anywhere else. Think about unemployment and benefits fraud, which cost governments tens of billions of dollars during the pandemic, almost entirely through phone and online impersonation. Think about a robocall built to sound exactly like a candidate or a public official timed for the week before an election. And think about securing a building or an airport checkpoint. One of the things that we've learned about security, whether it's at an airport or a call center or a bank, is that security is like Swiss cheese. You can never stop, no tool can stop everything. Something gets through always, and the fraudsters have gotten really good at finding the holes. So faces can be spoofed, fingerprints can be lifted and replicated, badges can be stolen. Voice is a layer almost nobody has deployed yet, and it's not just another hole plugger. It's often cheaper and more accurate than the tools already in place. Adding it doesn't just add a layer, it closes holes the other layers were never built to cover. We're going to switch gears now to our second example. This is free space robotics. This is a beautiful image. If you folks in the back can't see it, it's a lot of conveyors. So people have been storing and moving goods since the dawn of time, more or less. Here's what state-of-the-art technology looks like in 97% of global warehouses today. Conveyors. These images aren't from the 1950s. One is from the 80s, one is from the 90s, one is from the aughts, and one is from the 2010s. But I don't think any of you can tell the difference. I can't, and neither can my colleagues. About 10 years ago, a major US company came to the National Robotics Engineering Center with a challenge. Robotic automation came to the industry, and AMRs, autonomous mobile robots, started carrying boxes across a warehouse, as in the top example. That's a company called Exotech. Then robots started to skim the top of a very dense cube and digging things out from a stack. Climbing shelves to get to a box to carry it across a warehouse or digging across the top. The trade-offs here are speed and density. So the robot that needs to grab a box off a shelf has to have an aisle to get to it. That takes 33% of your usable floor space away. And if you go with the other solution, which is the dense cube that's digging things out from the top, every time you have something 2 or 3 or 4 or 5 or 6 or 7 deep, you have to remove all the boxes above it, block other columns, get out the totes you want, and then stick everything back in. So the challenge to NREC was create something better, which they did. However, the company that commissioned the work did not continue with its development. And so we studied the technology, the time and cost to get to an MVP, and we studied the market, warehouse, logistics, supply chain, a bit of a no-brainer. And so we picked up that license and that technology, and this is an animation of some of what it does. So these warehouses and distribution centers are running out of floor space and workers. So this solution is dense, no aisles, and every layer can have a different height, and every layer can have different size trays to hold different size boxes. The other systems are constrained by the size of the robot. So if I'm an e-commerce company and I've got big goods and small goods, I can only automate 20, 30, 40% of my inventory. Then I have to run 2 separate systems in my warehouse to get any of this done. The system is powered by these carrier robots on the end and these trays with these interlocking clasps. So the carriers address a pair of rows at a time, push one in together, and then slide it across to take it apart, and they run this loop. They can run it clockwise or counterclockwise, depending on which is the fastest way to get something out of the cube. It's not battery dependent. No battery recycling, no battery replacing, no battery disposal. All the electronics and the comms are through those red rails on the side. It is super fast, 3 seconds per tote position. Okay, so if you're something 4 deep, that's 12 seconds. The other system needs 1.5 minutes to get that out. So the demand for faster systems with near perfect reliability leaves companies caught in a bit of a trap because there aren't enough people to hire and their customers won't accept slower deliveries. Most other solutions with robots that run across the floors need to have perfectly pitch and level floors or brand new facilities. So you can add $10 to $30 million to your budget just for that. This is what we built. This is the feature complete demonstration unit, 40 feet by 40 feet by 18 feet high, that's in a warehouse we have right next to the National Robotics Engineering Center. We built this in less than 1/3 the time and for less than 1/3 of the cost of the other systems. It has a global patent portfolio and investors, some of which Jeremy mentioned, and of course this demonstration unit. There were a lot of lessons learned along the way here. One of the lessons was that it didn't matter to people how much money free space could save them. For e-commerce companies, and we've had probably 40 people come and see it. We've talked to several hundred. Free Space was the startup of the year at the world's largest logistics and supply chain trade show. We walked out with 200 leads. But here's the problem that we didn't really solve ahead of time. It didn't matter if Free Space could save the largest, most competitive companies in the world hundreds of millions of dollars a year in labor and new construction that suddenly wasn't needed in a workplace that was simply safer than the one they had. The math was overwhelming, and it still wasn't enough because the ask wasn't for them to just buy this. It was spend millions up front, redesign how your facility operates, tear out equipment that still works, and be the first company in the world willing to bet on it, of the startup. Compare that to the little autonomous mobile robot, not because it's better, but because it's small enough to say yes to. That's not a technology lesson, that's a lesson about how big organizations actually make decisions. That little AMR is about $50,000 to pilot, but the Free Space system is over $2 million. So that's not a technology lesson, that's a lesson about how big organizations actually make decisions. The size of the win matters less in some cases than the size of the ask, especially from a startup. If being first costs too much in dollars or in disruption, then being right simply isn't enough. So, horizontal value beyond that fixed warehouse solution. What can this technology do? Well, remember I said it does not need a floor. And if it doesn't need a floor, then you could mount it on a ceiling, or you could put it in the back of a trailer. If you're familiar with last mile and last mile costs, it is the most expensive part of the supply chain. Put a free space solution in the back of a truck. It can handle mobile material, parcel delivery, multi-stop routes like wholesale food distribution, where the constraint isn't the warehouse, it's the vehicle. In other words, drivers never have to go up the ramp with a dolly and a clipboard, load up their dolly, bring it back down the ramp into the store, and do that several times until the order is complete, all in the elements and all while blocking traffic and all while the truck is idling, wasting fuel. That's now twice as much as we first use case this. It's a way to fit an entire micro distribution center hub into the ceiling of a building where real estate is too expensive to give up a single square foot of floor, or urban real estate that fills online orders without ever taking space away from customers. Let me run this one more time. It's a way to manage grocery orders where a single order might be 40 different SKUs stored, assembled, and ready the moment a customer walks in. It's a way to free up the most expensive labor in a hospital. A nurse shouldn't be spending part of a shift walking a supply room looking for the right item when that time and training are worth far more doing something only a nurse can do. And it's a way to store spare parts and equipment for the U.S. military, where with the same story, built on 100% U.S. sourceable parts, stops being a manufacturing detail and becomes a supply chain resilience story. So none of that is a roadmap. It's the same capability, density, speed, and independence from the floor, pointed at a different problem. That's usually the real signal that technology is more than a point solution. Not that it does one thing well, but that the same thing done well turns out to matter almost anywhere space or people are too expensive to waste. So, last one. A show of hands. We'll get one interactive thing in this presentation. Show of hands. How many of you have an aging parent or an in-law that you requires your time and attention and sometimes resources? So, a few. That's good. Well, for those who it hasn't yet happened, it'll be coming to you. Or a child with unique needs. So Thrive Labs came from the same need that we had on our team. We have aging parents and we have children with needs, the parents living on their own and sometimes hours away and vulnerable. The real problem is 11,000, this slide is a little old, 11,000 boomers now are turning 65 every day. 50% will require long-term care, but there aren't enough beds now for today's needs. Labor shortages, challenging unit economics, and increasing regulatory burdens. 88% of those 65 plus want to age at home. Independence, yes, but it comes at a cost. Physical and cognitive decline unnoticed until it's too late and something consequential happens. Wearables often go unworn for stigma or convenience reasons, and devices that alert you of a fall don't do what we need, which is prevent one. So millions of older adults living alone or in understaffed care facilities are quietly declining, falling, skipping medication, withdrawing with no one positioned to notice in time in an industry already struggling with the highest staff turnover and some of the lowest morale in healthcare. At the same time, providers are increasingly expected to prove the value of the care they deliver through evidence-based outcomes just to get reimbursed, with little staff or bandwidth left over to generate that evidence elsewhere. What does this technology do? Thrive Labs is a privacy-first AI system that reads behavioral and environmental signals today in a care setting, catching a health decline, improving staff output for accuracy and quality before things become a crisis. It's a human behavior LLM that we're creating. This is not our system. This is an example of the AI behind it. We're not going to show the real video from inside of our pilot facility, but the point is that with some cameras and devices and with the right AI, we can provide a view and the tools that make healthcare more affordable and accessible to everyone. And so detection that competitors miss. The human behavior LLM is really simple. So we collect and identify the information. Okay? We lay on temporal reasoning over time. We can enhance the inference, and we can interpret patterns. In a care setting, the patterns could be, Mike, your dad is walking great last week, but today we've started to observe him holding on to chairs and walls and railings. Mike, your dad is walking slower this week. Mike, your dad has dropped his keys, and we've not observed that before. Then qualifying the activity is what we saw, good or bad. And then the alerts and the reports and the notifications that provide the peace of mind that tools like this are supposed to solve. So this isn't a new problem. This is a problem that existed some time ago, but there's a moment here where the AI and the tools can cost effectively and very accurately provide peace of mind. That's our product. That's our service, is peace of mind. So this started in our CTO's kitchen with his wife, identifying everything she's doing, every object in the kitchen. A couple times she'd throw herself on the floor to see if the system could identify that she was down. Those were fun videos to watch. And what you get is a complete system that can replay the day in just a few seconds. And if you'll note at the bottom, this is the tool for our caregiver pilot. So many of you are from Erie. We have a pilot with the Barber National Institute, an incredible organization that provides classes and group homes for children and adults with intellectual and developmental disabilities. So our pilot with them, our first pilot ended last month, and one of the goals of that pilot was to produce an accurate shift report so that at the end of the day, the staff did not have to recall what they did 7 hours ago for the 3 or 4 people under their care. That shift report is really important because it provides the professional care coordinators with the information needed to see if their residents are meeting their care plan goals, which is very important to them and their families. And you'll see on the bottom an example of a shift note that our system can create. Within 10 weeks of the first pilot, the system created a shift note that was deemed equal to or better than the shift notes that they were getting from the staff. When you ask the staff to do something at the end of a 7 or 8 hour shift for an extra 30 minutes or an hour, they cannot remember everything they did 7 hours earlier. Did I tie John's shoes or did he tie his own shoes? Right? And those shift reports become the crux of Medicaid reimbursement, which all of these group homes rely on, accurately recording everything that they did to provide care that they can then get reimbursed for because they did the service. Around 80% of all of the activities done in these group homes and nursing homes is actually reimbursed. 20%, it's estimated, gets lost along the way. Let's see. So when you have all of this data and information, as you all know, you can turn it into several different products for several different stakeholders. In this case, we can provide a shift report, we can provide a specialized care log, we can provide a monitoring and caregiving tool, and most important is the one on the right, I think, for some, which is a notification or a portal for family members who right now have no real insight, transparency into what exactly their children or their nieces, nephews, sisters are doing. How are they doing? What are they doing in these care environments? Incredibly, incredibly valuable for the institution and the enterprise. And one day, we'd like to get this done for private, unpaid caregivers. And so I want you to look at the iPhone there. I know when I was taking care of my dad, he was 7 hours away. I would have killed for a tool like this, that I could just ask, hey, what time did my dad get up? Hey, did you see my dad take his pills? Hey, is my dad hydrating? What time did he go to bed last night? Things that, how has his walking changed? Did he open the refrigerator? Did he get any visitors? These are things that are really important to keep people who are doing remote caregiving. I would call sometimes, nobody would pick up the phone. It's a heart attack. And just to know that there's something there that can tell me, nope, your dad went out of the apartment 20 minutes ago, would be great. So this is what we want to get to. This is where we started sort of emotionally, because we have these problems in our personal lives, these challenges. And when you work with a bunch of technologists, they got to solve it. The challenge was that to get into the home environment requires a cost engineering, a cost solution that's affordable for everybody. And so right now in our first pilot, and you heard this before about cloud costs, right now we're taking images in the home. We're not doing, there's no live look-in video. There's no real video recording. We've been testing how few frames a second do we need to process to understand what's going on in that environment. And so there isn't a video to look at, even if we offered one. And so at the end of the day, in this version of the pilot, we've extended into 4 additional homes. We're also looking at, we've installed kiosks for the bedrooms and bathrooms because we can't put cameras there, that are voice-based and recognize the caregiver and allow them to do a quick voice memo. That just came out of Mary's room, helped her tie her shoes, button her shirt, and she went through her morning hygiene. And if those things check the box on the care plan, that note can end. But the system can also prompt our caregiver if the care plan is mentioning something that wasn't recorded, which is, did Mary brush her own teeth or did you help her? And so that's going to be work done in this pilot. And then the last one, which I'm the most excited about, is detecting signs of agitation. This population there are emotional challenges, and sometimes you can see things happening, clenched fists, withdrawal. You can see things happening before an episode is triggered. And we're trying to get ahead of that because the real value of this tool, like I said, is not to alert you that your mother fell. It's to alert you that she's showing signs that she may be likely to fall. Okay? So lastly, what is this really worth to a Barber National Institute or a nursing home? Just a quick slide here. If the tool can reduce documentation time, 30 to 60 minutes a day for those caregivers, and then an additional 5 to 10 minutes for the care coordinators, it's a huge savings in labor. Okay? Reimbursement claims can get filed on time and comprehensively, and we can reduce fall risk, behavioral incidents and outbursts, and improve staff morale. Those are all things that are critically important. So a couple things we learned real quick. Everybody is an AI company and everybody is in healthcare. So when you walk in and you say you have an AI tool that can help reduce administrative burden and reduce and improve outcomes and reduce incidents, everybody says the same thing. Whether they're providing a simple fall detection tool or they have a little infrared thing that goes on a ceiling to identify if a person is in their bed or on the floor. It's not predictive, and it isn't, you can't use it to study trends and anomalies over time. So really understanding how you're going to be perceived in the market given where all of your competitors are. You can think that you have the very best of everything, but they've already seen other things that are making the same claims. I'll be real quick here. The last two are pretty important. Security cameras have an established lane to operate in care facilities. Everyone understands those rules, but when you take that camera and turn it around and look inward, then you have some challenges. Every state has its own web of AI consent, wiretap, and camera rules, and they're all moving in opposite directions. So it's really hard for a startup like us to move this stuff along. The second is the buyer itself. These long-term care facilities run on razor-thin margins and sometimes negative ones, and so they don't, many of them have never deployed technology like this before. So that's a huge challenge. Let me jump to the end because I want to make sure that I make this one last point. So every one of these 3 companies I've shown you today solves a real problem that existed long before AI did. And that's the thread that's been running through my talk. The AI that's getting the most attention now and the most funding is overwhelmingly sourced from a handful of giant companies solving problems that are exciting to demo. But AI, robotics, and industrial automation weren't born there. They were built for decades in Western Pennsylvania and Pittsburgh at places like Carnegie Mellon, solving problems that were never going to trend on their own because they were never designed to be exciting or even unicorns. They were just designed to work. So that's not a knock on the others. It's just an observation about distinctions in where different flavors of AI tend to come from, and that it's worth recognizing what flavor those of you in this room actually need and where to look and not look for it. Here's the harder truth. The market on its own rarely prioritizes the specific tools this room needs, not because it can't, but because it isn't looking there first. So my closing thought isn't a pitch, it's an invitation. The innovation pipeline for the kind of AI and robotics deployment this audience actually needs is really thin, thinner than it should be, and it stays thin unless people with the problem get involved earlier. So piloting something before it's proven, scoping a need before a company exists to solve it, even investing in or offering a grant to something that you think might fail early, because early failure is usually the only path to the kind of performance and safety that isn't achievable any other way. So you already know how to spot a problem that existed before AI did. You deal with them every day, so be willing and open to roll up your sleeves and partner with the engineers and join in with the makers, building the thing that finally solves it, instead of waiting for it to someday maybe come along from somebody else. So thank you so much.
All right, everyone, we're going to jump right into our next session. Jay Schuren is president of AtScale, where he leads global go-to-market operations and AI innovation for the semantic layer platform that grounds enterprise, AI agents, and governed business logic. He began his career in national security engineering as a materials research engineer at the Air Force Research Laboratory at Wright-Patterson Air Force Base, building a multi-organization research team spanning Argonne, Lawrence Livermore, Cornell, and Carnegie Mellon to validate aerospace component failure simulations. He spent nearly a decade at DataRobot, rising from data scientist all the way up to CRO. There, he led a 300-person global field organization through several thousand delivered enterprise AI projects and made AI governance and safety the key to adoption in risk-averse organizations. He serves as a board director of DeepWave, a defense and edge AI company, holds a patent on monitoring and assessing generative AI systems, and earned his PhD and Master's of Science in Mechanical Engineering and Applied Engineering Physics from Cornell University. Please help me in welcoming to the stage, Jay.
Great. First, can you guys hear me? Awesome. Thank you. And thank you very much. All right. So what I've been really thinking about and focusing on is looking at complex technology that can unlock a lot of value and then trying to figure out how to actually make it useful. Like, what are the pieces? And it's usually something simple. Like, we think about even LLMs. What AtScale does is we provide a semantic layer, and what that means is the logical relationships of your business data. Why that's important is if the LLM guesses at the wrong thing, you can't even use it on that type of problem. And when that comes into the security space, things get really, really interesting. So here's a statistic from the M-Trends report that came out a few months ago after studying 500,000 incident reports, where they're saying that the median time from an initial attack to, or initial access to when it gets handed off to a group that conducts an attack shifted from 8 hours to 22 seconds. To me, that's incredible. That is a 1,300x improvement. Have you guys, just out of curiosity, have you guys experienced a 1,300x improvement in your job? Like, when we think about this, like, this is unfortunately a group of people who are trying to do something bad, but they got really, really good at it really quickly. And it's not because that they have more people or that they're doing things manually. It really shows that this new wave of AI is being leveraged to automate steps that previously took people to do them. And what we're seeing now is that that is not cascading into all the other tasks that we're trying to solve. Like, as you're trying to execute your business, as you're trying to scale AI safely in your organization, it's just not going this fast. The reality is, if you're attacking something in this manner, it doesn't matter if you do it poorly a bunch of times. Like, the failure has no consequence. When we're trying to, if you're, say, a federal or a state employee and you're trying to file a budget or approve a grant, if you get the wrong number, like, that's a big deal. Like, you're gonna lose public trust, people are going to take, decisions might be made that are inaccurate. And so the people who are trying to have a positive impact leveraging AI are at a real disadvantage. So let's talk about how we can solve that. So first, before I get into this, I'm curious, show of hands, how many of you are starting to dabble with agentic AI? So like maybe 25%. And so that's really new, where everyone, and like I have 2 kids, and I feel like I hear about ChatGPT last year like crazy. Everything is advancing in that direction. What we're seeing is a major shift from ask mode, where a person is using it as a tool. It's basically a significantly better version of just searching on Google. But at the end of the day, that response is going to a person, where they're deciding what to do about it. Into agent mode, where you're asking a question and it is getting an answer, it's reasoning, and it's thinking about how it should approach the problem. That shift is what we really saw here. Like, that isn't them asking questions, getting an answer. That is automating, using reasoning models to start to say, how should I approach this problem? Once I have this, what can I do? And it's adding a layer of logic and reasoning on top of that iterative process. So how do we get that benefit? Well, the thing that's slowing us down is that whenever we look at anything that needs to be a fact, we can have failure modes where we're just confidently wrong. So here's an incredibly simple question. How much did we spend last month? Now, you're leaving it to the LLM to say, should I pull the last calendar month? Which is usually, if you're in a finance team, you're going month to month. You're not doing rolling 30-day, because whenever somebody asks a question, you give them an answer that's rolling 30-day. That gets stale pretty quickly. So it should be defaulting to prior calendar month. But did it? I don't know. If it came back with 4.7 instead of 4.1, there's no error. And imagine you're using, if you're trying to go back to this, if you're trying to automate more, have it make decisions, if the first step is to look up what happened last month and it gets the wrong answer, and it decides to pay or not pay somebody, you're automatically in trouble. This is what scares me the most about the adoption of LLMs right now in anything that really matters. Like, I use it all the time to read documents, pull up facts. Like, that's a nice accelerant, but I don't trust it to execute a process and make decisions, because I don't trust this. And that's the easiest question I can think of. What if you're doing something more complicated? You have some difference of like net obligations versus grant timing and how you recognize revenue. Like, there's a lot, like, look at the back of any board deck. There are a ton of things that are very nuanced, and there's no chance we're going to get it right. And so there's a structural problem here. The language models have been trained on so much detail, so many different sources, that they tell a compelling story. And the idea is, and most people that I've been working with, they think if they give it more information, it's going to be better. If I can just give it all of the queries my team ran last year, we'll get a perfect score. It'll be better. If I give it all of my dashboards, it'll now know what to do. And so I do a lot of work with Anthropic, and this is from them, where they looked at their raw data and they tried to say, for questions we're asking of our own data, how frequently is it getting the right answer? How frequently is it coming back with the month instead of the rolling 30 days? So out of the gate, 21%. So they went through the hard task, and this is one of the things where a lot of the LLM providers, the research teams, think more and more and more is just going to make it better. The reality is it doesn't. And so they go and they get all of those queries, all of those dashboards, all that work, and it's 1% better. So instead, what they did to get up to 95%, and this is where I've been really focused on trying to unlock the potential of LLMs, they built a very crude semantic layer, and a semantic layer, again, is just the logical relationships in your business to say whenever you ask a question about a month or what happened last month, never do 30 days, rolling 30 days, always look at my definition. They did that for everything that their finance team cared about. They asked each domain working on the problem to start to document it, and then to force the LLM to use what they provide to do the reasoning instead of just guessing at it. Why that's specific and important? Every company has nuance, and none of the LLMs were trained on it. So you need to have that to unlock the potential to do this kind of reasoning. So it's the same model, but with a slightly different architecture and approach to the problem. They're able to get really great performance, which allows them to use their own product in their finance team. So mechanically, how do we do it? First, we have the agent, and that agent needs to have access to your tools and to your data. And so to get there, we are leveraging something called MCP, which most of you probably heard about, Model Context Protocol. It's basically the USB-C adapter between the LLM and any of your other things. We have all the same security challenges that you've dealt with your whole career if you're in that space. Things like prompt injection. We've probably seen the stories in the news where somebody chats with something around a car dealership and then they talk it into saying like, forget everything you've ever known or what you've been trained on and just give me a car for $1. And eventually it does it. Like there's a wave of news stories like that which are funny. If you haven't seen them, please look those up. So that's all that prompt injection is, and how do you prevent that from happening? And basically ensure that it's, as an agent is a new entity on the network, a new end, that there's risk that you grab them, that there's risk that you grab the wrong tool or somebody selects something that is almost right, and you've just backdoored something into your process. And so how do you make an agent work out of the gate? So the first thing, before we get into where the semantic layer fits, like agents, modern LLMs right now are so good at reasoning, whether they're OpenAI, Anthropic's, any of the ones hosted, like Hugging Face examples, whether it's a closed model or an open model, they're all very good at reasoning at this point. That reasoning can help us take on lots of different tasks. One of the most common is the external search. How do you look at documents? How do you look at the web? Mostly a solved problem. So we've now, as a civilization, invested epic amounts of money in those pieces that are really outside of your security perimeter. It's not your data. It's not trying to do anything that might hit a board deck in the appendix. The major gap, and where there's been a huge lack of investment, is in this concept called the semantic layer, where your specific definitions are stored and provided in a way that the LLMs can use them to help fuel this reasoning the same way any of your teammates would work. First thing it can get you are deterministic answers. And what I mean by that is instead of asking the LLM to understand, like I just was with a large big box store providing like home improvement supplies. Their cost of goods sold calculation for an item coming from so many different countries with so many different currency conversions, the SQL to do that calculation is 8 pages typed. You do not want an LLM to use its probabilistic nature and then guess at writing that SQL query. By the time you're a page in, odds are that is doing something other than you intended. It's just not their strength. So you need to think about ways to leverage their strength, which is granular reasoning, and combine it with tools that do the deterministic heavy lifting. Like semantic layer is the one that I'm most focused on at this point in time, but that pattern applies whenever you're trying to extend an LLM. Second, it allows you to add on your security policies. As somebody is doing this reasoning, look at this is the user asking the question. They're allowed to see this data. They can't do certain things. You just can't assume that you can create one security posture for an agent and that it's going to be safe. And the last is you have to be able to audit this and have the trace of who asked what when, what tools, what systems, and the reproducibility. The LLM might be probabilistic, where you can get a different answer if you ask it again, but that's not acceptable when you're trying to go back and recreate something. You need to log everything that happened in that process. And so let's try to put this into perspective. So these are two projects that the Army conducted. The first was around the Defense Innovation Unit, and the JAIC did a project to look at unmatched transactions, where every time there's an unmatched transaction, somebody has to spend a few hours trying to figure out what's going wrong. Why is that happening? This, just for clarity's sake, this is all in their press releases, but I was involved in these projects, so I'm going to speak about them a bit. So to do that took an incredible amount of time. Like, we did these projects a few years ago before the LLMs were as good as they are. And the gist is, since we couldn't have the granular reasoning to look at this transaction, and think about it, we had to build incredibly tedious machine learning models and have teams of people do these projects. The value is you can now save, at the scale of the DoD, incredible amount of money, like over $1 billion on these kinds of projects. But the challenge is it was so hard to do. With agentic AI, these projects, like LLMs, are great at granular reasoning. These things could have been done in minutes and save that kind of value very, very quickly if they're intelligently working with your data. And that is a major gap right now in this space. Where this applies, if you're in state and local or not the scale of the DoD, which not many things are, is it can apply if you're trying to think about how your grants or POs, or even if you have on your purchase orders, if you haven't obligated all the funds, at the end of the year, which ones aren't going to spend out? Can you get that money back and do something in time? Like, those are all problems that can be solved. And so as you're thinking about this, and if you're newer on this journey, I'd really challenge you to take a census. I find that so many companies, when I meet with their leadership, there's already a team working on something. They just haven't tried to put it into production yet, so it hasn't bubbled up. So take a census of what's going on in your organization. Next from there, it's the prioritization. Like, ideas fail because they're not useful. Like, I love the last presentation around why even a great technology or a great idea doesn't make it forward. So this is an area where apply the same rigor of look at risk versus reward, and where are you going to build momentum by getting a project done? And then do it. This technology is so useful. And going back to the beginning, all of the people who are on the other side of the security equation are leveraging this now. And if the people who are trying to just build companies, drive value, help run governments aren't using it to that degree, like, we're getting really imbalanced here. This is something where we have to find ways to use it safely because it is truly useful. And so what I'd like to end with is stressing we can use this technology safely. It's really around the infrastructure of how you design it to get to that outcome. I think the Anthropic study, which is publicly available, is really telling. Like, you can't just try to prompt your way through to getting a better result. You need to structurally add more context to get there. I know I'm probably a little ahead on time, so I'm open to taking some questions, but I also think that we needed a little time to get back on track. So open for a few questions before I pass it on.
When you're building out this semantic layer, are you kind of pulling metadata about the data sources that exist already within a company, or is it also like a combination of like interviewing their data stewards and owners to get a better understanding of how the data is used? Like, what does that process look like?
Yeah, great question. I think if we went back a couple years, the process was horrible. It was very, very tedious. You had to interview people, very manual. Now you can look at the data sources. You can look at whatever, like, you can look at their board decks. You can look at their actual dashboards, and then infer a 90% solution using the LLMs to write you some things. but then we assign the teams who own the metric to just check the calculations. And we didn't have to invent that. It's basically it's powered by Git, but the team doesn't need to know they're doing software design. And that lets people get these things up and running very quickly in a safe way. Any other questions? Yeah.
Yeah, so my question is about deterministic versus probabilistic behavior from LLMs, agentic systems, et cetera. If we are never really able to fully get to deterministic, how do you constrain the actions of an agentic system that might not be doing, maybe it's like over-eager, it's confidently wrong, but it might not have an outcome that you expect. And how do you constrain like those types of actions? And when do you know when you need to?
Yeah, interesting question. So the way that I've been thinking about it, like, I don't know if you get, I'm often asking the LLMs to tell my kids jokes and stuff because we're in the car and whatever. We're doing our best to get by. That's how life goes. So like as I'm asking, I want it to be probabilistic. I want it to be coming up with new things. There's real advantages in any creative writing to have that. To get around that deficiency when it comes to trying to be like the answer has to be the month, not the 30-day. Thinking about how do you architect it to use tools for each activity. So for instance, a calculator, I don't want it to be probabilistic when it's adding two numbers together. I want it to just give me the number. And so by saying, whenever you get this class of problem, use this tool, and then you push the piece where it might guess too much, it doesn't even get a chance. It just gets a return. It's like a function call in comp sci, where like that, the semantic layer is just another function call to use your database intelligently, but there can be others for many different applications. And so whenever I start to see it's making really bad decisions, getting too creative when I don't want it to be, I try to think about how do we design it where we put something deterministic next to it as a tool so it doesn't reinvent it. Like even the way that we evaluate our projects with clients, when somebody asks talk to your data and asks a question, I want the LLM to think it executed 1 or 2 lines of SQL, where in the background it might be pages long, but I don't want it to try to do that because that's going to be wrong. So that's how I think about it. Any other questions? Yeah. Oops, sorry, I couldn't quite hear you.
The LLM is really bad at writing SQL, right?
Yeah.
So once you enforce this semantic layer, is it then just getting better context to then write that SQL, or are you enforcing that data retrieval in a different way?
Yeah. So I can describe how it was done for Anthropic, and then I can describe a bit of how my team solved the problem. So Anthropic, they basically say these sentences or this family of sentences equates to this SQL. So it's a pretty tight map. We don't do that because that's the most expensive, slowest way to do it. But they're not constrained on operating costs at the moment. We're on the other side where we're looking at when this comes in, we have an engine that does text to SQL, and then it remaps queries. For anyone who's in the database space, if you're pivoting a table, so imagine there's 1 trillion records, and you ask it to give you a summary statistic from it, it's a very time-intensive calculation. It could be 10 minutes and cost you some money. Instead of letting the agent do that over and over again, we're not just holding the logical representations, we're also remapping so that common questions get the same answers fast using these shortcuts instead of doing it the hard way over and over again. That's exactly the pitch that I'm using these days. I just go in, I'm like, I see you're doing this. Would you like to do it for 70% less and faster? Which gets a pretty good conversation started. All right, any I was expecting a question about the closed versus open model, so I was ready to go for that, but nobody had that one. So. Okay. So both are useful. It comes down to cost and latency, and sadly, survivability. The company DeepWave I'm on the board of, they do things where you can have an LLM and an edge sensor in a box that it doesn't matter what the outside world's doing, it can still do its job. If you're relying on an internet connection to run your whole business and make critical decisions in a hospital, and all of a sudden your internet connection's gone and ChatGPT can't answer anymore, and people are still sick, we still have to act. So that's where having one of the models, like even OpenAI released GPT-120B, which is an open source model, but it can run on-premise. You do need access to a bunch of GPUs and all that stuff. So from my perspective, it really comes down to, first around cost is, do you want to rent the car or buy the car? The next aspect is the latency. If it doesn't have to go over the network, even if you're just sending something to OpenAI and back, there's always some latency. And then the third is, do you need it to keep working when the power goes out? Like when the internet goes out and you're on your local island. That's how I think about it. The rest of it, it's like inventing the wheel. I think that all these LLMs are like wheels, but now that we have wheels, other companies can make wheels. So the competitive advantages are not as deep as they might like. Okay, I think we're back on time, so thank you all. Appreciate it.
All right, so kind of same deal as earlier. Our next speaker was coming in from the East Coast. Didn't happen. So we're going to do the flip over to having him remote in. So take 5-minute stretch. We're going to have him come on around 3:05 and grab the bathroom or grab some coffee.
All right. Hello, welcome back. All right, so we have our last presentation of the day. Again, I'll get back up here at the end and close it all out, but again, thank you very much for the time. On the intro on this one, this is kind of an interesting intro because I've known also this person for many, many years, and I've actually worked for this person in my career. So this is kind of a fun one. But what I'll first do is just open up with a quick question, and we don't need an answer, but just think about it. And have you ever actually said to yourself at one time going, man, I wish I would have thought of that, ... right? I actually say that a lot. And one of the times I actually said that, and I remembered it, was almost 20 years ago. And it was about this little thing of a technology. It was called cloud. And I said, man, I wish I would have thought of something like that, or how to sit there and say, you know, how do we best leverage this type of technology that's out there? And for me, I always make the tongue-in-cheek joke. I go, hey, I've never been smart enough to invent something for the cloud. I've never been smart enough to invent something like for the AI side. But one of the things I got really good at over my career was how do we take something to market or help a market consume a technology? And it kind of came down to a point where I came across a book a long time ago. It was called Consumption Economics. And that's really what it was based upon, is helping a market that's seeing a new technology and how do they consume it. And so, you know, the idea I always had, I said, hey, the next time, because I was hopeful that would happen again in my career, the next time we see one of these moving technologies the way that it is, with that much momentum, how do we figure out a way to generate a consumption model? Not a consumption model as units, but as in a consumption model as in training people so they can understand and be comfortable with the next generation technology. And so our next speaker is going to be speaking about workforce development. His name's Alan Smith. Alan Smith is the executive chairman of FRC. He's also the co-founder of the Flagship Institute. Alan is recognized as one of the most influential executives in the government contracting sector, known for his leadership and impact in driving innovation and collaboration. With a track record of transforming technology organizations and executing high-impact growth strategies, Alan steers FRC's strategic growth and further expansion into solutions that redefine how government, enterprise organizations secure their digital landscapes and leverage emerging technology. Again, I apologize. Alan's one of the ones who got hit with a travel issue, and his flights got canceled, so we're going to get him remote, and so I'll hand that over to him. All right, thank you. Alan Smith.
Test. Well, hello, everyone. First, let me apologize. You want to know something, Sean? I'm sorry. You were right. I got the echo. Can we turn down the mic? There we go. Thank you so much. First, let me apologize for not being in Erie. Travel plans, you know how it goes for those of you who travel. I'd like to start out by doing some of my chairman housekeeping. I really would like to thank our speakers, Sravish, George, Christie, Eran, Michael, and Jay. You're part of the reason why everyone's here, and I deeply appreciate your efforts in supporting us. Mayor Devlin, I hope I am doing my part in supporting Erie. It's a personal thing with Jeremy and Doug, and I support them wholeheartedly. Jeremy, thank you for inviting me. I do appreciate it. But most of all, to Amanda Duncan, the person who is responsible for this event, I appreciate you tremendously. Sean, if you do me a favor and turn the mic back up now. Okay, so as the most senior member of FRC, and I say that by age, not by tenure, and it's something I'm somewhat proud of and somewhat embarrassed by, I'm also the last presenter of the day, so I feel like I have an obligation to entertain you. I did a presentation that's circa 1997 to 2005. I thought it would sort of be good to go down to the middle of my career. I'm sure all of you are a little bit sore from sitting all day, and the last thing you need me to do is spout off a bunch of stuff. So I'll try to entertain you for a minute. I would like a disclaimer for legal purposes. No AI was used in the production of this presentation. Just cut and paste and Al. As you see the title, it's AI, not Al, that's me. It says to Charles J. Smith 2026, and I have that up there because, yes, you've seen some memes, but 3 months ago, my father actually called me and asked me if I could explain Al to him. And I tried to explain to him that that was his son. So, as I said, it's going to be an old school PowerPoint presentation. I'm quite interested to see, given the average age of our company is around 35 or so, it'll be interesting to see how many people can relate to this. So this is what PowerPoint was in 1994, right? It was rewritten in C++, changed my world, right? Some of us were using WordPerfect, some of us were using Lotus, but PowerPoint became what we did to tell everyone what we wanted them to hear. This presentation is, I'm trying to make a point. So when you see my slide, if you know it, please show it. That's my polite way of saying a little bit of applause will let me know how many of you can relate to what I'm talking about. Little trip down memory lane. So who remembers when AI was gibberish in 1981? Can anyone remember MS-DOS? What about when AI was hardware in 1982? This is what I wrote my thesis on in college. Anybody remember the Commodore 64? What about when AI became something you could clip on? Remember our first true operating system? Remember when AI became software in 1995? And the big moment in our lives. Remember when AI went online? How about portable AI? Okay, I'm going to actually have to read this one to you. So remember when AI was going to end the world? So look at the cover of Time magazine, the end of the world, Y2K insanity, apocalypse now. Will computers melt down? Will society? A guide to millennium madness. For those of you who were there, seriously, we actually, right? Do you remember that there were people who were like building shelters and stuff? I mean, that was a real thing, and it was all AI. For my son, remember when AI became fun? Oop, sorry. Then one man changed AI completely. I'm sorry, but you got to give him credit, drop the mic. One man game changer, the iPhone. Then another brilliant man who we won't get into any further decided to put AI on wheels. Yes. Do you remember when AI invaded our home and you could speak to Alexa? Well, that started a real problem because we were all okay with all of it when we could clip it on, when it could be portable, when we had to turn it on and off. But when AI starts thinking out loud, we all got worried, right? There was virtual assistants in 2011. BERT came out in 2018. We got vehicles in 2022, but people are scared now. What can AI do? If it can drive a car, could it hurt me? Can it turn on? Can it launch the big missile? Why? How? Who? What? When? Where? What is it? What is this AI thing? Sorry, folks, but it's just not in the world. It's simply the same world. In 1950, Alan Turing proposed the test, right? In 97, we started with Deep Blue. Everyone forgets that Roomba was AI cleaning our floors in 2002. It's just 80 years later. It's nothing to be afraid of, right? We've had the first chatbot, computer vision, right? What's scaring everyone? Well, LLMs have now started to pass the Turing test. What does that mean? That means we think it has intelligence. But as I've shown to you in all the prior slides, there were all versions of AI that at a different point in time in your life, right? It's all a matter of perspective. Can you imagine the people who created the abacus? I bet they thought that was AI. You know, it's easier to say, this is my transition slide. Right, here's where we are, right? Here's AI today, right? We've been through machine learning. It was all data driven. Then we went to deep learning, right? And that's where the machines learn deeply, right? Then we came up with large language models. And what did that do? That took the learning and taught it how to speak and think, and we came up with language intelligence. Well, language intelligence created autonomous actions, and that's where everyone got scared, right? Autonomous, it can do something by itself, right? It can generate things now, and soon it's going to be agentic. What's the answer, folks? It's not to be afraid. It's not to be concerned. It's knowledge. Ben Carson absolutely said it best. Knowledge is the key that unlocks all the doors. You can be green skinned with yellow polka dots and come from Mars. But if you have knowledge that people need, instead of beating you, they'll beat a path to your door. Jeremy and I sat down and decided that the public sector needed the knowledge. The answer is now here in Erie, PA. It's called the Flagship Institute. Sorry, folks, but this part is AI. Oops, sorry. Sorry about that. Let's be honest, AI can be pretty cool. All right, so why now, right? Why did Jeremy and I decide now we're going to launch TFI? In the areas that we're starting to find next generation technologies and go deeper, right? Our background is in cyber. We're deeply into AI, governance, risk and compliance, applied data. All these areas are being adopted. You just heard Jay speak about the semantic layer. I can tell you 4 or 5 years ago when we started talking about the semantic layer, we thought we had it right then. But I got to tell you something, it's absolutely relevant now, and it's a necessity. It's no longer something that you might want, it's a check the box, right? The government is at a point where it's no longer theoretical. Agencies are under pressure to modernize operations. They have to improve their decision making, strengthen service delivery, and prepare the teams for the new AI-enabled workflows. The days, as Sravish explained to you earlier, the days of Excel and manual, that's done. So you either adopt or it's going to pass you by. And for us, the choice is yours. We're giving you many options. You can go deep into what we're saying. You can go deeper. You can take the AI foundations path, which will give you an elementary set of understandings, a beginner core understanding of AI. You can take our mastery path, where we have single subjects like LLM or RAG or agentic. Or you can take a multi-subject plan where you can get 8 to 10 subjects and get a complete mastery. Shortly, we're working with the proper organization to get certified, but shortly we'll also be offering you those courses with continuing education credits. So for those of you who need those either for work or you would like to have them as part of building a degree, we will also be authorized to offer you CPE credits as part of your education path. All levels of relevant topics and courses that matter to you, taught by subject matter expert educators. We're not here to pump up a bunch of AI artificial dummies. I want you to take a quick look at some of the people who have joined our team, and we think we've got a world-class set of educators who are really very, very interested in making sure that you have the knowledge you need to be successful and to understand the future. Let me start that again with sound. Still no sound? All right, folks, give us 1 second to try the sound again. If not, I'll let it run so you can see that the people are real, but you won't hear them. How do I do that? Oh, hold on. Do you have sound now? Any sound?
Who knows how it all works under the hood and can make this organization forefront of AI.
And yep, I hope you will enjoy.
Any sound? You have sound, you don't have picture. Okay. All right, I guess we're just gonna have to skip this one. Can you get me picture back again? Oh. All right, am I speaking live now? Hello, folks. Again, my apologies for our technical difficulties. I'm going to try this one more time. If we don't get sound, I'll let it run so you can see there's real people. It's all right, then just let it run. Okay, folks, can you hear me? All right. Well, my point there was to show you that there are a ton of courses, as a matter of fact, in the hundreds, all done by real educators. There's more coming to TFI. We will be releasing a cybersecurity set of courses with George Finney, who spoke to you earlier today. Our very talented VP of Technology and Innovations, Chris Zeiders, will be launching a podcast in the future. We will do 4 accelerator boot camps each year, focusing on a specific topic, which will cover roughly 6 courses over a matter of 6 weeks, and you'll be able to do those live and on demand. And we're also working to build out a core library that we will do our best to make available to all our participants at a reasonable price. As you see, one of George's books is up as well. So I will conclude with give learning a chance, right? I do believe that the biggest issue with AI is about knowledge. It's a very complex topic. It's not something that everyone has to know to the nth degree, but it is going to affect all our lives. We will publish this code online. You can trial our TFI site. By the way, you are the first people to know that it exists. It will go live, or it actually went live about 5 minutes ago. So we would like to offer you the opportunity to get your free trial first. And as a parting thought, things change, yet remain the same. This was supposed to sort of be my joke about being in the room, but it is safe to say that at one point I did have hair. Today I do not, but hopefully I'm still the same. So I apologize for the technical difficulties. I'm a little bit short, so if there's some questions, I'd be happy to answer them. But we look forward to serving you. We look forward to educating you at the Flagship Institute. And again, my apologies for not being there on time. I hope everyone has fun tonight.
All right. Yeah, my apologies on some of that technical difficulty. I guess that's the challenge of when you get some of the flight changes and all that kind of stuff. But I can tell you that this type of product and this type of thing has been there's been a ton of effort put around it, and I'm really excited about it. And I guess to Alan's point as well, there were real people doing it. You just didn't hear them. But also the things with getting some of the subject matter experts, not only from the AI side through our partnership with ODSC, but also George Finney with his classes and his content that's going to get created on the cybersecurity side and be pushed out there, and actually also Mr. Zeiter's over here with his involvement and being the pretty face, because also we know mine is just meant for radio. But in closing, so we're done. That's the content. So that's the day. First off, I'd actually just want to take a second and not only just thank you all again for coming and making the time, but actually thanking everybody who put the hard work into it. Amanda, Sarah, Catherine, Eva, where she's at, Mo, like the whole crew. So thank you so much, everybody, for all your efforts on this thing, and it's meant a lot. So thank you. Throughout the day too, I really noticed a lot of things, and some of these things from learning lessons that we'll use in the future, but also some of these other things that I thought were fantastic. When I talked earlier today, we talked about taking a chance to network. So having more relationships and building more relationships than seeing slides and things like that. And so I think that worked very well. I'm excited about that. There's a lot of networking going on, so that's been fantastic. And I hope, it solves a couple of your problems for next Monday too, right? Better yet, hopefully it solves it for tomorrow, but that'd be awesome. It was great to see, like I talked about earlier, when you were seeing governance and compliance, zero trust, post-quantum, culture, AI, and I feel like I need a drink because Christie was talking AI drink. Data, and then actually workforce development. And so, I was taking some notes throughout the day, and what I realized too is what I'm taking for key takeaways is, technology just isn't enough. It's leadership, culture, data, people, trust, are really important pieces of this. I also realized that, AI is a technology that's something that's not really replacing us, so that's a good thing, but it is going to automate. And one of the other things I saw is that with AI, it's going to expedite innovation. We heard that in Jay's talk a little bit earlier too. I think all in all, whenever we have some of these changes, it gives us time back. Now, the problem with getting time back is that there's more things to do that take up that time anyways. So, our 20-hour work days aren't going to change anytime soon. The other thing I wanted to mention too is when I talked about it earlier today about not having this type of event and continuing this type of event for public sector in this part of the U.S. and part of the world, you know, you were getting fantastic and great subject matter content, and you didn't have to go to D.C. or Harrisburg or Columbus or Albany or any of those types of places. It was actually being done right here. So I was real excited about bringing all that together, and I really wanted to thank you all very much again for helping that come in and that being extremely successful for us. The other thing that I just had just on the calendar, it's, you know, we have a little bit of a happy hour going on outside as well. So another chance to collaborate, another chance to shake a couple of hands, another chance to hopefully ask a few more questions. Please don't hesitate to go ask questions to anybody that you saw around on the stage or myself or anything like that. We can help you get you in the right direction. I can help you get in the right direction. Other guys that were speaking on this stage today could probably answer. But I truly hope you got something out of it today. Thank you very much again. And last thing I just want to say is just thank you very much for joining our community. And you know, community from the sense of us opening up our doors from this being an internal event to having you all join us and opening this up for a lot of different faces and different experiences and different folks. So thank you for joining the community, and I look forward to doing it again in the future. Thank you.